Hello. How is everyone doing? Good morning. Go. Good morning. Who do we have? Let's take a look and see who do we have. Who do we have here? I see Bella. Good morning, Bella. Good morning, Sharon. Good morning, Phoenix. Good morning, Gabe. Good morning, Cool Cat. Good morning, Oda's mom. Good morning, Vash. Good morning, Witch Queen. Good morning, Aaron. Good morning, Lost Bridges. Good morning, Tiffany. Good morning, Courtney. Good morning. All right, let's go ahead and get what up, One Mighty Pen over on Kick. I see you over on Kick. Shout out to Kick. All right, let's go ahead and get the TikTok in here along with the other version of YouTube. I hope everyone is having a wonderful Friday morning. Hope everyone has a great day ahead of them. I hope everyone just has an amazing Friday. Pink card puffs. Hey, over on YouTube, can you guys hit that thumbs up for me? Please. As we come in, can you hit that thumbs up? Good morning, Kilo Rent. Good morning, Mellow Cropper. Good morning, Britt Bear. Good morning, Tracy. Good morning, Austin. Good morning, Lauren. Good morning, Sherman. You miss me? I miss you guys too. Yesterday, ooh, I don't know. I wasn't doing well yesterday. It's super interesting, and I think that I think I might have been dehydrated and not realized it. But yesterday was really kind of tough, and still kind of feeling it from yesterday. But we're good. We're good now. We're good. Hello. Hey, Molly. Over on the TikToks, if you don't mind, I'm gonna keep resetting the daily gift goal to the little 1 cent gift goals. If you guys can knock those out a couple of times, it'll help boost a lot and push us out to the FYP. Morning, Rob. What up, Dwayne? Hey, Avis. Good morning, Carla, Pony. Let's do the roses. Man, let me tell you, while I really want to get some debates today, I have a ton to talk to you guys about just in case they don't want to come up and debate, just in case they don't have what it takes to step into the ring. Then I got like a lot of important stuff to talk to you guys about. I mean, like a lot. There's been a lot happening. So we'll see what happens. Good morning. Who else do we have? Hey, Irene. Good morning, Aston. When do you, Aston? I don't know. I don't do those late nights often. Like I said, I may do them once every quarter. Sorry. Good morning, Jordan. Good morning, Mitch. Good morning, Jay. Good morning, Chelsea. Good morning, Gaz. Hey, Craft Weaver. Try bounty drops in your coffee. Great electrolytes. Okay, I might have to check that out. I really might have to check that out because it's yeah. I don't know. I like normally I'm really good as far as making sure that I'm hydrated. I try to drink a lot of water, but I guess I just hadn't been paying attention, even though over on Twitch, Kelly every day talks about making sure that you're hydrated, and I guess I just didn't do it properly. So yesterday was just really kind of rough, but it's all good. It's all good. We're here. We're back. We're gonna have an amazing day of debates. For the people over on YouTube that just got added in, if you don't mind, please go ahead and hit that thumbs up. Hit that thumbs up. It'll help boost live, push us out to the FYP. If you guys can share this with maybe 1 or 2 people, we don't want to spam share because spam sharing actually hurts the live. So please don't spam share it. Share it to maybe 1 or 2 people at the most, but more than actually sharing the live to anyone, share it to your stories and also your FYP, repost it. Sharing it to your story and reposting it to the FYP gets us out. So if anyone looks at your stories or if anyone actually checks out your FYP, then what happens is they see us. They see us. So we can get more people in for debates. We can get all this going. All right. Hey, Tara. So last but not least, guys, if you don't mind, send your daily heart me. It's only 1 coin. It will boost live and push us out to the FYP. Make sure you go in and collect your stuff, though. 1 second. Like when you send your daily heart me, and then you also you send your daily heart me and you like comment or anything like that, you get points. And you have to, or yeah, actually it's called, what is it called? I don't know. Anyway, you got to go in and collect them, and that'll put you on like a certain level. As a matter of fact, when you guys go in and you claim your stuff, tell me what your level is. So I just did, because I always do it on my backup account as well. Like I send my daily heart me on my backup account, and then I send a comment. It's the backup account. And so on the backup account, apparently I'm level 27. Gaze, you're 21. Shovel, She Loves Sauce, you're 20, or you're 14. Joanna, you're 19. T. Phil, you're 17. Tara, you're 7. Bree, you're 13. Irene, you're 28. Irene, how are you higher than my backup account? What are we doing? Kelbell is 27. I thought I was going to have the highest one, but Irene is at 28. Melissa's at 27, just like me. Craft Weaver's at 31. Ain't no way. Craft Weaver, you're at 31 for real? Cap. Britt Bear, you're at level 14. Who knows is at 18. Dre Rod, you're at wait, I don't see. Dwayne, you're at 21. I see you. I don't. Craft Weaver, how in the hell are you at 31? You're outdoing me. That's insane. That's absolutely insane. Tina, you're at 32? Holy smokes. That's crazy. That's crazy. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and get started. We're going to get going with some debates. If you don't mind, we're going to get some debates going. So tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only 1 coin. It will boost live and push us out to the FYP. I'm going to keep resetting the daily gift goal to these little 1-cent gift goals. This will help boost the live as well. So please do all the wonderful things. And with that being said, let's go.
Yeah, funny how it changed now. Same people that laughed at clips, studying the clips now. Everybody got opinions till the facts land. Everybody loud till they gotta take a stand. Every stream feel like somebody betting they pride. I seen fake scholars fold in real time. Now they screenshot takes, run around and remix it, and pull up thinking somehow they can fix it. Nah, you stepped in the wrong room, donut. This ain't rage bait, this pressure. Patriarchy, race, class, labor, healthcare. I don't do surface level, I peel layers. And every time they think they got me cornered, numbers go higher. Chat flyer mods working, crowd waiting. Somebody finna get cooked tonight. Welcome to the ring now. Yeah. Talk big till the facts come out. Slap nuts, sit down. Welcome to the ring now. Yeah. Got the whole chat screaming when the logic.
Hey Bella, yes, you're on vertical.
Welcome to the ring now. You for this smoke. Y'all slap nuts, ain't got milk for these oats. Donuts, so pipe down. Yeah, you might drown. You don't want war with the king right now. I don't debate for applause, I debate for the record. Every false claim get dissected and severed. You rehearsed outrage, I studied the structure. Difference between noise and somebody with substance. You quote tweets, I quote policy. You want moments, I want honesty. You want ego boosts and virality. I want mutual aid and stronger communities. That's the difference between you and me. See the problem? Different type timing. You came for clips, I came for alignment. Capital this, socialism that. Half these dudes can't define what they yelling in caps. Talking about free market while wages collapse. I watch your pivot arrive, I make it visible live. But this ain't never gonna be a place where evidence dies. You came all the way to be Santana for internet rep, while the whole chat waiting to see who got checked. Next, welcome to the ring now. Yeah. You talk big till the facts come out. Slap nuts, sit down. Oh. Welcome to the ring now. Yeah. Got the whole chat screaming when the logic break down. Yeah. Welcome to the ring now. You ain't built for this smoke. Y'all slap nuts, ain't got milk for these oats. Donuts, so pipe down. Pipe down. You might drown. You don't want war with the king right now. Yeah. Welcome to Sparring with Santana. Bring your sources or bring excuses, whatever. Doesn't really matter either way. You're about to get cooked. You should know who I am by now.
You should. It's okay if you don't. I got you. 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 Guys, welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana. Hey, W's in the chat for Tina for the boxing gloves. W's in the chat for all of you guys. You guys have been knocking out these daily gift goals. What in the world is happening? You guys must have missed me. The fact that I wasn't here yesterday, because you all came in, you're tapping the screen, you're commenting. I keep resetting. You're knocking these daily gift goals out fast. That is crazy. Crazy. Anyway, we're going to go ahead and get started. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. You didn't miss me. Stop it. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart. Me, it's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Also, if you like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, what up, YouTube? What up, Twitch? What up, Kick? You can send a super chat and I will read that out, guys. The United States of America is on the decline, and it's on the decline for a multitude of reasons. I'll go over those reasons in a moment, but we got a couple of people requesting. Let's see if we can go ahead and get some debates going. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Yeah, I just saw the background, though, and I don't know if you're actually willing to talk about the SAVE Act. I don't think the SAVE Act is on there.
No, but you're a Trump supporter, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we can definitely talk about the SAVE Act. It's super interesting that you actually mentioned that, because that's one of the side things that I wanted to talk about today anyway. So absolutely.
Topic.
Yeah. Okay. Before we get started, before we go too far, quick question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who I am?
No, not really. I mean, you're a TikTok debater?
Yeah. Actually, it's pretty accurate. Hey, listen, would you mind if I give you a quick introduction to like who I actually am and what this is?
Sure.
Perfect. Give me a second here.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event. Let's get ready to rumble!
Y'all ready for this?
Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana. And guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. Hey, Debbie's in the chat. Thank you so much for that, K2D2. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter, disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, do all the wonderful things, including reposting the live to your FYP. And if you like support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and links are in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. All right, perfect. Thank you so much for giving me a moment. Now, listen, average guy, you said that you wanted to specifically talk about the SAVE Act as a Trump supporter. The floor is yours. I'm all ears. Where do you want to take this?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty short and sweet for me. I think that you should have to provide documentary proof in order to register to vote. At a time where we have at least 15 million undocumented immigrants in America, the loopholes that exist for them to end up on voter rolls is like we're living in a third world country. Every time we pull voter rolls, we see non-citizens on there. It just shouldn't happen. We don't use this lower level of security for protecting anything else, like social services, things like Medicaid, Medicare, food stamps. Those all require documentary proof of citizenship. I think Republicans are just asking to expand that to federal elections.
Okay. All right. We can definitely talk about that. First and foremost, I'm just going to be honest and very frank with you. You're just wrong. Like, you said a lot of wrong stuff. As far as like being able to show ID to be able to register, like that's already a thing. You already have to show identification when you register, no matter where you live. The SAVE Act doesn't actually do that. The SAVE Act does something more. We'll hop into that in a second. But I do want to, what up, Jen? I do want to say this.
Wait,
you mentioned.
Pause. You just started with a straw man on my position. I'm not talking about showing ID to register to vote. I'm talking about showing documentary proof of citizenship.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, we'll talk about it and what the SAVE Act actually does. You said you should have to show ID to register to vote. You said that.
No.
I was just responding to the words that you said. But it's fine. I mean, I'm not done. We're gonna flesh it out. I was just calling that out from the jump because that was a easy thing to address. So I wasn't straw manning your position. I was just making a statement. W's in chat, Craft Weaver. So the other thing that I want to call out really quickly is you did speak on like fraud, and you said you have to go through X, Y, or Z in order to be able to qualify for like all these other social safety nets, and you named it when it comes to fraud with federal elections, things like that, it's minuscule. There's been like over the last, I think it's last 60 something years, a infinitesimal amount of fraud that they've been able to find. And this has even been done by the Heritage Foundation, who actually seeked out and tried to prove voter fraud, but they weren't able to do so to any type of substantial level. And that's the Heritage Foundation, the far right-wing think tank behind Project 2025, the 3 Supreme Court justices that Donald Trump actually appointed to the Supreme Court, behind J.D. Vance, and hell, even behind the over 50-year plus plan to overturn Roe v. Wade. Even they admitted that there's no actual voter fraud that causes like any type of real substantive effect. But with that being said, let's talk about the actual SAVE Act. Hey, Craft Weaver, let's fucking go. That is dope. Let's talk about the actual SAVE Act and what it actually does. Can you tell me what knowledge you have on the SAVE Act and how that would actually affect people?
Yeah, well, they at first tried to tie it in. I forget the actual HR bill number, but initially the SAVE Act was supposed to be documentary proof of citizenship at the point of registration, but on top of that, requiring voter ID at the poll booth. They knocked off the voter ID requirement at the poll booth, and they're just trying to get the bare minimum passed of documentary proof of citizenship. Mm-hmm. And you brought up earlier, you say it's you actually, when you refer to it being rare, that's documented and prosecuted cases. As we all know, just because a crime isn't caught doesn't mean it's not committed. Like, if you can refer to other sources like Old Dominion, they run reports on this that have the estimates in the hundreds of thousands of non-citizen voters that they found to be likely. Researchers like Jesse Richmond, David Ernest, they went into great detail on this. So to try to, because I always see people try to focus in on the actual prosecuted cases, and we know that this is like, I just told you.
No. Okay, what's the name of the source? Let's pull it up and look at it together.
Old Dominion University runs reports on this.
Old Dominion. What's the title?
I don't have the title memorized. If you just look up Old Dominion University studies on non-citizen voting, should show up.
On non-citizen voting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I know the researchers for that was Jesse Richmond and David.
Are you talking about the actual? So I see a publication that they put out in 2014. So 12 years ago. Is that what you're referring to?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay, because this says
debunking
updates. This actually. Oh, actually. Well, never mind. I got another one, but that's fine. We'll look at your Old Dominion one, and there's no, like, I was looking for updates. That's the most updated one. Like, there's no newer one than that one from the 2014. Let's see here.
Really? You can't find a 2016, 2020, or 2024 report?
Nope, that's the most recent one that was put out, and this is actually an update from the publication that they put out in 2014. So 2016 was the last time this was updated from their 2014 actual research. And this was done by their political science and geographical facility. Holy smokes. So this is, they got, holy smokes, a bunch of pages. Let's look at the abstract. The abstract says, in spite of I'm sorry?
Are you able to put on your screen?
Sure.
I don't know if you have that capability.
Sure, give me a second. Guys, as I get this squared away, if you don't mind, keep tapping the screen, share the live, send your daily heart. Me, it's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Also, if you'd like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will put this out. Read that out. All right, so this is, again, Old Dominion University. Do non-citizens vote in U.S. elections? It was published in 2014, but this is the updated one from 2016. In spite of substantial public controversy, very little reliable data exists concurring the frequency in which non-citizen immigrants participate in the United States election. Although such participation is a violation of the election laws in most parts of the United States, enforcement depends particularly on the disclosure of citizenship status at the time of the voter registration. This study examines practices rates by non-citizens using nationality representative samples that include non-citizen immigrants. We find that some non-citizens participate in U.S. elections, and this participation has been largely enough to change meaningful election outcomes, including electoral college votes and congressional elections. Non-citizens votes likely gave Senate Democrats the pivotal 60th vote needed to overcome the filibuster in order to pass the healthcare reform and other Obama administration priorities in the 111th Congress. Okay, so the abstract that they listed from Old Dominion is just saying, like, oh yeah, there's plenty of actual fraud, and there's enough fraud that it gave an actual substantial effect for the Democrats. Now, I would love to be able to get into and look at the let's see if this will get us in there. I want to look at the actual data because like them saying that versus, oh, actually, let me do this because I saw this. Intro. All right, let's look at the data. Can you still see the screen?
It's a little small, but yeah.
Trying to make it bigger. Data use of this paper is the 2008 to 2010 cooperative congressional election studies based on files released by Stephen whatever conducted YouGov interest-based survey. Okay, so they're saying that this was done by an actual YouGov poll match survey. And from U.S. population. Both years' data is collected pre-election October and post-election October. Questionnaire mark more 100. For design characteristics survey, it has an enormous sample size, which makes it feasible. 32,380, and then 55,400. Questions include about citizenship. Non-citizens were asked if they vote, unlike other large surveys, which filter out non-citizens about voting.
By the way,
yeah,
this is mainly just to show that it's happening, and I'm not necessarily looking to take over your live with like a boring study review. But
no, this is fine, because like I want to go through this, because I mean, to be honest,
okay.
I got some critiques, but I want to hold the critiques until I finish looking at the data and how they did this. Although social deliberative skewed estimate, proportion legal may deny that they're registered and vote, validation search. 399 non-citizens identified in the 208 survey. Catalyst match up 140 commercial and voter database. 40% identified 399. Okay, so the question I have, right, and just based off of everything that I've been able to read so far, maybe you've looked at this study a little bit more in detail and can point me in the direction where to see this, or where to actually be able to verify the data. But the biggest thing that I've been able to pull out so far is looking at the actual information that you gave me. One, this is a study. I'm sorry, not a study. This isn't a study. This is actually just a survey, right? I mean, they can try to call it a study, but this is just a survey. And with the survey, it's based off of information from 2008 and 2010. So being generous, 16 years ago. And even more than that, looking at the number of people that they're saying that they were able to quantify out of the 2008, 32,800, they were able to identify 399 non-citizens that non-citizens identified in the survey, and then 140 of them actually said they voted without in a federal election. And then also the 555,400 in 2010, they said that they were able to identify, where's that number here? 489. So like, I'm still not seeing anything that would actually substantiate like massive voter fraud that would raise to the level of, oh, we need to enact the SAVE Act, because the SAVE Act has some like really massive negative impacts. And we're going to talk about those in a moment. But have you looked over this and been able to find anything that says where there's any type of substantive amount of fraud that we need to raise this to the levels of alert? Because even the Heritage Foundation report that I mentioned, and I can show that to you if you want, like they did find fraud, but again, there was nothing to the levels that would substantiate like an actual voter risk.
The Heritage Foundation found prosecuted instances, which is very, very hard to do on this matter. So, and you surely will agree with that. It's hard to prosecute people on voter fraud.
Well, I think that, I believe in Hitchum's razor, right? Things presented without evidence can be Hitchum's razor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Things presented without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
Yeah. And while I value you bringing a survey, I mean, I see why you would say that. I mean, to me, it would be more substantive to actually look at anything that's prosecuted, which I agree. Like finding and prosecuting is hard, but what's funny? We actually have a record of finding and prosecuting voter fraud and even recent voter fraud. The funny thing about that is it's all been Republican led and at the behest of trying to help Donald Trump.
I'm not very interested in making this a political thing either. Like if you show me a study,
it's absolutely political.
Well, hold on. I'm talking about like I don't give a shit if it's a Republican committing voter fraud or a Democrat committing voter fraud. Anyone committing voter fraud is a problem and it needs to be fixed. And for example, so with the Old Dominion survey,
Wait.
yeah, it's a
Hold on.
political survey.
Wait. Do you understand why I brought that up?
You can elaborate more
Sure.
on it. What do you mean?
The reason why I brought that up is not to say like, oh, let's point at this side versus that side. The reason why I brought it up is because the Republicans are leading this charge to actually, be able to do this registration and saying that it's a bunch of non-citizens voting, where that's not really the case. It's literally Republicans, American citizens, committing voter fraud at the behest of Donald Trump. So like that's why I brought that up. The idea of non-citizens being the problem is not accurate. There's no actual data that shows non-citizens are the problem, but there are very prominent cases that show that it's an actual issue within the Republican Party.
Yeah. So with the Old Dominion study, it's that's kind of being used throughout political circles and even in Congress as the smoking gun. You have a survey.
Literally,
hold on.
No. This is literally from 2016, and they're using data from 2008 and 2010. There's no way in hell you're saying this is the smoking gun.
Well, if you're saying that if that was a problem in 2008 and it's not a problem now, I don't see how you get from that.
It wasn't
point.
a problem in 2008. They did a survey in 2008. They did a survey. They did a survey, not a study, a survey of 32,800 people in 2008, and said that 339 of them were non-citizens. And out of the 339, they're saying they were able to verify that 140 of them voted as non-citizens. Literally, they're saying the survey yielded 140 people.
Look, if people are taking this survey and they're telling you I'm a non-citizen and I voted in a federal election, I'm gonna take their word on that.
Why?
Like if anything, they have.
Why?
Because where's the motive? What's the motive? The motive is actually to lie.
People lie on surveys all the time.
Yes,
people lie on surveys and poll all the time. You know, one of the biggest issues that I have with like the census. Do you know what the biggest issue I have with the census?
That they don't ask for citizenship status?
No, because I'm not a mark like you. No, the biggest issue that I have with the census is the fact that people don't actually fill out the census correctly because they know what happens with filling out the census. So people lie about certain stuff on the census to yield better results, i.e., there are many people that when doing the census, they mark that they're white when not being white because they know the census allocates the amount of direct funding that people are going to be able to get for certain areas. And so they lie about the actual racial demographic of different areas. A lot of people don't even participate in it.
We still take the census very seriously, even though it's just a survey. It's just a poll.
Yeah, I'm telling you, yes, for sure. But do you not hear what I'm saying as far as like the manipulation in order to yield a result that they want versus the actual truth?
But I'm saying, I know, but you just admitted yourself that you can't just dismiss a survey. I mean, we use the census to determine funding. We actually use it to literally control our federal government and how the power is distributed among our nation.
Talking about
what?
Wait, hold on. No, that shit's not right. Live may contain AI. There's no fucking AI. Sorry. Yeah, you're right. Like, we don't just dismiss the census, but like the point that I'm trying to get across is that even with the census, something that is used for allocations of money for certain areas, even that's manipulated to yield the result that people want. So like, I'm not saying that, oh, I'm just going to dismiss this Old Dominion survey. I'm telling you that, one, the survey is outdated. Two, the survey doesn't actually yield any negative benefit that's substantial. And three, there are a multitude of not just surveys, but case studies that have been completed and trials that have been had to show that there's no actual substantial amount of voter fraud.
Okay, but that's dependent upon the fact that you're kind of keeping the blinders on and saying like only the caught cases are what we're going to deal with when we talk about if voter fraud is happening or not.
Okay, so how do you catch the cases that aren't caught?
like we already, but you can make estimates based on that. And that's what a lot of people do. They say, a lot of methodology will go, what's the likelihood of catching someone actually and prosecuting and putting them in jail of someone committing voter fraud? Probably somewhere around 1%. Like 1% of cases actually get sent to jail. So if we take your 1,500 verified cases.
You still there? Average guy, are you still there? Chat, can you guys still hear me? Am I still good to you guys?
Damn, I don't know what just happened there.
Yeah, no worries. You didn't mute yourself or anything. You just stopped. I thought you had lost signal or something.
Yeah, my phone just messed up. But what did I stop at?
You were saying if you take the amount of verified cases they have.
Yeah, and we can kind of make estimates based on that this thing's very hard to track down. But none the matter.
Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Sorry. 1 second. Can you guys hear the guest now? Are we good on being able to hear the guest? Because at first they were saying that they couldn't hear you. Okay. Yeah, that must have been when you like froze out and then they okay. Anyway, I apologize. Go ahead.
Yeah. But that's beside the point. What I'm not asking to say wait until we start having millions of absolutely verified cases and people in prison for committing voter fraud. That's not how we handle anything. We don't wait to secure Medicaid and Medicare. We don't wait until it's riddled with fraud to secure those services. Why would you have the same argument? Because you could use the same argument that I know you're going to bring up later. You're going to say that this is going to disenfranchise millions of people because for some reason they can't get a freaking ID. But the problem is you would have to also admit that we're disenfranchising those same individuals by having the same requirements for social services like Medicaid and Medicare.
That's not true. That's literally not true.
If you don't have proof,
that's literally not true. That's literally not true. It's fine. I don't want to jump ahead and go too far to something that's not true. But I do want to actually come right back to where we are. Holy shit! Is this fucking? Are we being like? What the fuck is happening to the numbers? The one thing that I want to call out is that I'm willing to accept what you have. Right? I'm actually willing to accept something, but can you give me something that's updated? Can you give me something that's substantial? I mean, the Old Dominion evidence that you gave me, not only is it out of date, but it's not substantial. Do you have anything that could be used for modern day to look at? I mean, hell, Donald Trump has been claiming election fraud for the 2020 presidential election or whatever. Like, I would think that we would at least have something that's substantial from 2020. So do you have anything that's up to date and shows actual fraud?
Yeah, well, I mean, as we see, the federal government is pulling voter rolls right now. And I think there's reports up and coming. Off the top of my head, without me halting the live and going to my computer.
It's okay. You can halt the live and go to your computer. I got some people to thank. Because again,
Sure. Okay.
if you don't have anything that's update and substantial, then I don't understand why I should accept the premise that there's any type of fraud. W's in the chat for Jaden for the $1 donation saying, if he believes the words of others without full proof, do we believe the survivors of Epstein is a trap? Yeah, I mean, like, I guess I don't really like talking about that stuff, Jaden. I mean, like, I don't think that's necessary, and I don't really like to that type of stuff can re-victimize survivors. I don't have interest in bringing up stuff that's not necessary to bring up. We can keep it where we are for sure. W's in the chat for Anthony for the $1 donation saying, sounds like today's argument is for bigger federal government. You know what? It is. It's absolutely an argument for Big Brother to get a larger stake. W's in the chat for Phoenix for the $2 super chat to say Nuggets. Okay. Still not better than the Lakers. W's in the chat for over on Twitch. You guys have been going crazy this morning. W's in the chat for One Mighty Pen who resubscribed with their Amazon with their Prime. W's in the chat for Steve that resubscribed with their Prime. W's in the chat for One Mighty Pen that sent out 5 gifted subs. W's in the chat for One Mighty Pen that sent out another 5 gifted subs. W's in the chat for Patty who sent out 1 gifted sub. Dubs in chat for One Mighty Pen. Excuse me, One Mighty Pen that sent out a gifted sub. Dubs in the chat for Escape World, who sent 100 cheers bits. And Dubs in the chat for Palmadies, who resubscribed with their Prime. It looks like we have a hype train going on over on Twitch. We're level 4, 48% complete of the hype train. So it says here that we have a total of 13 gifted subs and 100 bits. Let's go, Twitch. You guys are kicking it up another level. Debbie's in the chat for all the donuts, guys. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out, guys. Keep tapping the screen, share the live. I don't know why I gave this, like, the AI shit, but it looks like it's limiting the push. So if you guys, you said, have I been shadow banned? I think that's what it is. I literally think that's what it is. Fuck it. I think we might be better off just doing this now. Hey, average guy.
Yeah. So
one second. I'm gonna hit a and it can't be my banner. It's the same one that I've had. Like, it's just fucking TikTok. Anyway, I'm gonna hit a quick reset if you don't mind. You can come right back and I'll bring you right back up. But I want to get rid of this like AI shit because I think it's limited the push of the stream.
Okay.
All right, guys. We're gonna hit a quick restart on TikTok, YouTube, horizontal. You guys are good, but YouTube vertical. Let me grab someone for you guys to watch just for a second. Everyone else, if you don't mind, just come right back and we'll go ahead and get right back into it. I'm gonna go ahead and reset the daily gift goal to like the little 1 cent gift goals. When we come back in, if you don't mind, if we could tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. We'll get right back into it and get the debates going. So I'll be right back, guys. TikTok can be so frustrating sometimes, guys. Like, the fuck for, you know? But oh well. We'll go ahead and get it restarted now. And while we go ahead and get it restarted, I will hit that intro again.
Yeah, funny how it changed now. Same people that laughed at clips, studying the clips now. Everybody got opinions till the facts land. Everybody loud till they gotta take a stand. Every stream feel like somebody betting they pride. I seen fake scholars fold in real time. Now they screenshot takes, run around and remix it, and pull up thinking somehow they can fix it. Nah, you stepped in the wrong room, donut. This ain't rage bait, this pressure. Patriarchy, race, class, labor, healthcare. I don't do surface level, I peel layers. And every time they think they got me cornered, numbers go higher. Chat flyer, mods working, crowd waiting. Somebody finna get cooked tonight. Welcome to the ring now. Yeah. You talk big till the facts come out. Slap nuts, sit down. Oh. Welcome to the ring now. Yeah. Got the whole chat screaming when the logic break down. Yeah. Welcome to the ring now. You ain't built for this smoke. Y'all slap nuts, ain't got milk for these old donuts. So pipe down. Yeah. You might drown. You don't want war with the king right now. I don't debate for applause, I debate for the record. Every false claim get dissected.
Hey guys, as we get back in, can we keep tapping the screen, sharing the live, knocking out the daily gift goal? Hey, that's in the chat. Thank you so much. That way it'll allow us to get more push and it'll protect the live. The more engagement that we have, the more that we don't have to worry about the weird stuff.
That's the difference between you and me. See the problem? Different type timing. You came for clips, I came for alignment. Capital this, socialism that. Half these dudes can't define what they yelling in caps. Talking about free market while wages collapse. I watch your pivot arrive, I make it visible live. But this ain't never gonna be a place where evidence dies. You came all the way to be Santana for internet rap, while the whole chat waiting to see who got checked. Next, welcome to the ring now. Yeah, you talk big till the facts come out. Slap nuts, sit down. Welcome to the ring now. Yeah, got the whole chat screaming when the logic break down. Yeah, welcome to the ring now. You ain't built for this smoke. Y'all slap nuts ain't got milk for these oats. Donuts, so pipe down, you might drown. You don't want war with the king right now. Yeah, welcome to Sparring with Santana. Bring your sources or bring excuses, whatever. Doesn't really matter either way. You're about to get cooked. You should know who I am by now. What?
Welcome back in. Welcome, guys. Welcome. We are back with some debates. We had to hit that quick reset, but if you don't mind, keep tapping the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost live and push us out to the FYP. I'm going to keep resetting these little 1 cent gift goals to make sure that we don't have that issue again. I need you guys to all be active participants. So I need you guys tapping the screen, sharing the live, commenting, making your voice heard, knocking out the daily gift goal, just doing everything to let the TikTok know that, listen, with a real deal Holyfield in here. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get average guy back up here and keep the actual debate going. But if you are interested in joining, and if you disagree with anything on the background, or are a Trump supporter and you want to come up and debate, go ahead and hop in the request. All right, sorry about that. Thank you for giving me a moment. So you were looking up any type of updated substantial information around voter fraud.
Yeah, and the Heritage Foundation that you mentioned earlier is a pretty good resource. It has hundreds of documented cases of voter fraud.
Okay, let's take a look at it. Because the Heritage Foundation actually doesn't say they have hundreds of verified cases, or it's less than hundreds, and it's over like a large span of time. But give me a second.
Are we looking at the same thing?
What are you looking at?
The Heritage Foundation.
What's the title?
Election fraud map.
Is it election fraud over 30 years?
Election fraud map. Let me see what the explore the data from 1982 to 2025.
No, what's is the title Heritage Database Election Fraud Map? And this is from December 12th, 2015. I'm sorry, not 2015, 2025.
This is updated regularly. Sorry, I missed that last part. What did you ask about 2025?
Is this the one that was last updated December of 2025?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is the actual map where it's like alleging the cases. But yeah, like what you want to take a look at is the Heritage Foundation voter fraud, which it talks about the actual information and what it's been able to substantiate. And so if you go to Heritage Foundation, and it says Heritage Foundation explains voter fraud, it literally gives the breakdown of that information in more details. It's saying here, there's one section that says attempts to commandeer election results have been documented dating back to the 19th century when the New York City infamous Tammany Hall simultaneously, holy smoke, with political corruption and other election fraud. One of the New York elections in 1844, 5,500 votes were recorded, even though there were only 1,400 eligible voters. Right. So it talks about like the history of voting. But like if you look at the actual substance of the information, they talk about in 2015, there were 13 illegal ballots. I'm sorry, in 2015, and there were 10 illegal ballots. 2013, there were, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Wait, what?
Let me slow down. In 2015, I'm sorry.
You're talking about the New Jersey City Council election? Yeah, that was decided by illegal ballots?
More than 10 votes. Like, yeah, this is what I'm saying. So again, the entire issue, is that we're talking about federal voter fraud, right? I mean, that's what we've been talking about. The actual local and state level are different. And we can, well, I don't even really want to talk about that. I really want to stick to federal election fraud. But the point that I'm trying to call out is, even if you look at this entire breakdown, any type of substance federal voter fraud, there's nothing. Like, that's the point. They've been able to point to they've been able to point to cases. They've been able to point to cases on state and local levels, but they haven't been able to point to any federal levels, which the SAVE Act would actually be enacted on a federal level.
No, yeah, but hold on. Do you know why that is?
Because it's not happening.
No, because the federal government does not have easy access to the voter rolls.
No, it's not about easy access. The Constitution of the United States of America does not give them, quote unquote, easy access to the voter rolls. Like, unless you're saying that we should just violate the Constitution, like they don't supposed to have easy access. But even more so, it's not happening. I think they should, though. I don't care what you think you should, unless you actually want to just violate the United States Constitution. Like, that's the point. I don't care about your fifis. I'm talking about the rule of law.
Your statement is weird. Your statement is saying, like, because you're saying we don't have very many verified instances of it on the federal level. Of course we don't. The federal government doesn't manage voter registration. That
has nothing to do with being able to find election fraud on a federal level, because there is election fraud on a federal level. They've been able to find it, but it's not to the actual level of the claims that you guys are making. That's the point.
Okay, do you know why Trump has been asking these states for their voter rolls? Like when ICE is in Minnesota,
and also to be able to actually attack undocumented immigrants.
Because they want to run investigations on this, and you can't.
No, they don't. It's not about that. It's literally not about that. It's literally not about that. It's about voter suppression, and it's about trying to target undocumented immigrants. Like, it's all the same. But the biggest thing is you can't just try to dismiss that by saying, "Oh, this is just oppression." Dude, no. They want to see the voter rolls to. It's not suppression. What's the problem? It's not suppression.
Hold on. What's the problem?
Wait. No. It's not suppression.
The voter rolls.
Is it not voter suppression?
What? Auditing the voter rolls?
No. What Donald Trump and this administration is trying to do. Are you going on record right now and saying
the SAVE Act?
Yeah. No, not just the SAVE Act.
No, the SAVE Act is not oppression.
No. Not just the SAVE Act, but the Republican regime that's been led by Donald Trump, that has been trying to get this done. Are you telling me that they're not actively engaging in voter suppression?
No, this is not voter suppression.
Okay, cool.
In fact, it's quite the opposite.
The SAVE Act is literally voter suppression, but let's talk about outside of the SAVE Act, because we still haven't even gotten to that yet. We still haven't even gotten to that yet. Hey, who's been leading the charge for gerrymandering?
For gerrymandering?
Mm-hmm.
This go around, most recently, it's Republicans. We have a trifecta. Of course it would be.
What are you talking about most recently? Like, they've been leading the charge for gerrymandering since the actual creation of the country. I think you may be confused.
I mean, I don't know. I'll take your word on it. Sure.
Yeah. No, the conservatives have always led that, but right now they've had an aggressive approach, so much so that Donald Trump has openly and actively been advocating for gerrymandering. Like, Donald Trump literally openly has been saying, redraw maps so I can get some more seats.
Both parties do it. You're arguing that the Republicans do it a little bit better. Sure, whatever.
No, I'm not arguing the Republicans do it better. No. You're stop trying to straw man what I just said. I'm not saying that the Republicans do it better. I'm saying the Republican Party, conservatives as a whole, this has been their entire tactic since the creation of the country, since they realized that they didn't have political standings and they wanted to be able to control power. The inception and creation of the fact that we have a House of Representatives that's supposed to be based off of population, instead of like every state just getting 1 or 2 votes or whatever. Like, that's why it was created, because those southern states knew that the things they wanted to do was so unpopular that they needed to actually somehow sway things in their actual advantage. But then if you run it up to right now, Donald Trump openly has demanded states to engage in voter suppression in gerrymandering. That's why you don't see any of the actual red states that have engaged in gerrymandering going through any type of electoral process, where you see other blue states like California or even Virginia saying like, we'll let our people vote on it. Like it's literally them knowing that they don't have anything, and so they're trying to actually suppress people.
But what you're saying, like both parties are using the same tactic. The difference is the Republican Party.
I didn't say that. No.
If Democrats gained more control, they would do the exact same thing.
No, they wouldn't.
On the state level. Hold on, I can explain why. Name a single state where Democrats have had full control that they haven't gerrymandered.
New York.
No, New York is one of the most heavily gerrymandered states in the country.
Give me a case of them actually gerrymandering New York.
Hold on, answer that question.
I just answered the question.
No, New York is one of the heaviest gerrymandered states.
Prove it. I literally just answered the question. Prove it.
Prove that they're heavily gerrymandered?
Yes.
Your political commentator
prove to me prior to Donald Trump doing this that New York was actually going through gerrymandering practices.
Very surprising question coming from you. But
no, it shouldn't be, because it's factual.
Yeah. So the 2020 census happened. Directly after that, they started.
I don't want to hear the yap. I would like the proof. You're supposed to be proving that New York has been heavily gerrymandered.
Yeah.
What's the proof?
You could. Okay, so New York has zero congressional.
What's the proof? You're just talking. Give me the proof of gerrymandering.
Have to let me explain it.
No, I don't want you to explain it. I want you to cite your source so we can look at. You've been citing sources this whole time. You know how it works. Don't be disingenuous. Give me your actual source.
You can pull up an election map and see it.
No, that's not a source. You know that. You've been doing really well with providing sources. All of a sudden, you don't want to provide an actual source? That's interesting. That's odd.
This is such a minute topic.
No, you brought it up.
I know what you're doing. It's obfuscating from the actual conversation.
I'm not. So either give me a source. If you want to move on, that's fine. It's fine. If you want to move on, just concede the point.
No, wait, hold on. You're saying give me a source that New York.
If you want to move on, just concede the point. If not, then prove your point.
No, it's fine. We can put the live on hold.
Sure.
Pretending like New York is not gerrymandered.
Sure. Listen, I don't care about your cope. Either prove the source or concede. I don't care which one. W's in the chat for Jaden for the $1 donation. No. You're good, Jaden. You're good. W's in the chat for Jaden. Thank you so much for the $1 donation, guys. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Keep tapping the screen, share the live, keep knocking out the daily gift goal. I'm going to keep resetting it to the little 1 cent gift goals. It'll help boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Also, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates.
All right, so I Googled it. There's a website called the Gerrymandering Project, and it goes state by state, and it shows every single congressional.
The Gerrymandering Project.
Yes, and you could go click on New York, and
okay. What's the title?
It'll show you the redistricting report card. They had in 2022 they actually had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different actions. In the goal of gerrymandering after the 2020 census.
The Gerrymandering Project.
Mm-hmm.
The Gerrymandering Project. I don't see this. What's the title? I see the Brennan Center has a study on gerrymandering. I see Princeton also has a study on gerrymandering, but I don't see the quote unquote Gerrymandering Project.
I'm looking at a screen right now that says Gerrymandering Project, Redistricting Report Card, New York 2022 House enacted.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I found it. See the map.
Where they propose different maps.
Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no fucking way. So with this, even with this, this actual item that you gave me, the gerrymandering project, and this, it says that we bridge the gap between mathematics and the law to archive fair representation through redistricting reform, right? Literally, New York has an A+ rating. I'm sorry, not an A+, because they only do A, B, C, and D/F. A is good, B is better than average with some biases, C is average, D/F is poor, and then they also have an option for insufficient. And for New York, the state of New York, for their congressional and Senate grade, they both have an A, and they're listed as being nonpartisan.
You're only looking at one report. There was multiple that were knocked down.
Okay, what are you referring to?
Like I'm saying, like my whole claim here is when Democrats gain power in a state, they always try to redraw the maps.
Okay, then prove it, because the source that you just gave me doesn't say that.
You can see 7 different maps that they tried to.
Okay, which map? Okay, hold on. Let's see, because yeah, this defaulted to 2022. Oh wait, hold on. New York. They only have 2020. Wait, New York only has 2022, and then they have something from 2021. Where's this 2015 map that you're talking about?
Hold on, no, 2022. Arkenrider versus Hochul, or however you pronounce that name. This is what they tried to do. They tried to do a Democrat advantage. And this
you're literally obscuring now. You're trying to move off of what you just gave me. Now you're trying to give me something else. I'm saying on this actual map, like I pulled up the site that you told me to go to, and I'm on your site, and it only shows the information from 2022, and there's a draft from 2021. But like, and with New York, where's this 2015 information that you were just talking about?
No. I said 2022. I said right after the 2020 census. Why would I talk about 2015? I'm talking about the 2020
Okay, I must have misheard. I apologize. Okay, well then tell me where in the 2020, because nothing.
Ryder versus Hochul, they got power in New York, and they tried to redraw the maps. Everyone does it. Some people are more successful than others, but other people do it. That's why I'm saying it's splitting hairs. Yes.
This is struck down.
But was that proposition highly favored?
I said, give me a case where a Democratic state has had power and they've actually gerrymandered. I literally said that. Hold on. Your actual example.
No, that's not my claim. No, that's not.
That's what I said. I said, give me a state. No. I said, give me a state that's democratically led. I said, give me a state that was democratically led that's been gerrymandered. In order to be gerrymandered, it would have to be successful.
Santana, I even said before this whole little side thing started that Republicans they're more successful at it. Democrats typically try to get too greedy and they get struck down by the courts.
No, it's not.
But
it's literally not. And I've said it over and over. I said that's not true.
You're upset because the Republicans are better at it.
No, I'm not upset the Republicans are quote unquote better. I think gerrymandering, no matter who does it, is harmful. I'm not upset that the quote unquote Republicans are better than it. I don't want Republicans or Democrats gerrymandering. I'm not partisan like you. I don't think gerrymandering is a good thing at all.
I'm fine with getting rid of it as well, but nobody's.
You literally aren't. You're sitting here championing it. You're just mad because the Republicans are better. No, I'm mad that either side is doing it, and I'm saying that.
I didn't hear what you said. A freaking phone call just messed up my whole TikTok app. What'd you say?
You're wrong. That's it. I'm just gonna leave it at that. You're wrong. You're wrong. It's fine. You're literally wrong. You have no you have no proof of like Democrats gerrymandering when they have control. That's fine. Whatever.
I just went over it.
We didn't.
You said that doesn't count because the courts blocked it, and I'm saying
I didn't say that it doesn't count because the courts blocked it. I said, can you give me an instance of gerrymandering happening when the Democrats have control? If it's struck down, I don't care if it's Democrats or Republicans, it didn't happen. It didn't happen.
But that's why I didn't make that claim. I was very particular on my words.
I'm just like, just stop. I don't care. You don't have, that's fine. That's fine. Stop. It's fine. You don't have proof. I don't care. I don't care. I don't want to talk about that anymore. I don't want to talk about anything that you don't have proof for anymore. That's fine. Let's move off of that. Let's actually get to the meat on the bone, and which is the SAVE Act. So let's move to the SAVE Act. Send your request to come off mute. Tell me why you think the SAVE Act is not only necessary, but tell me why you also think Republicans have been unwilling to vote for it.
I don't think they are unwilling to vote for it.
They
I think the problem is, no, I think the problem is that it hasn't been brought to a Senate vote yet.
It's because Republicans won't vote for it.
Because it'll get filibustered.
No, because Republicans won't vote for it. The Republicans have been out and loud
Republican
about.
Senator has been out. I mean, has there been a handful of Republican senators that have been vocal about not wanting to vote for the SAVE Act?
Yes.
Majority of the Republican senators want the SAVE Act to pass.
That's not
for
true.
sure.
Even
Republicans in the House look the same way. That's why it passed.
Even what's his name? What's the Senate leader, Republican Senate leader?
John Thune?
Yeah, Thune. Even Thune didn't want to actually bring the SAVE Act to the floor because he didn't like it. But then he even said, well, we'll bring it, but it's not going to pass. But that's fine. Hold on one second.
Yeah, they're trying to garnish more support before we actually vote on it.
It's because no one wants to vote for it.
That's typical.
Yeah, give me a second. So the Republican candidates that have officially been, I'm not candidates, so Republican senators that are officially on the record saying that they will not vote for the SAVE Act is Susan Collins of Maine, Mitch McConnell of Kentucky, Lisa Murkowski of Arkansas, and Tom Tillis of North Carolina.
Yeah, that's a vast minority of Republicans.
You said, have there been any Republican senators that have been openly saying that they don't support it? I'm telling you, there's 5.
Well,
what's the split? What's the split in the?
I know there's few, but I'm saying it has strong GOP support.
What's the split in the Senate?
Like how much Republicans control it by?
Yeah.
You're looking it up. Can you tell me?
Yeah. 53 Republicans, 45 Democrats, and 2 independents, but they caucus with the Democrats. So you can say 47, 53.
Sure.
If 5 Republican senators are on record saying no, and the Democrats, along with the independents, are on record as saying no, does the SAVE Act pass?
Is every single Democrat against it? I mean, I understand that that's why they won't vote on it, because they don't think it'll pass. But I'm not arguing. I'm not. That's not the argument that I'm making here.
You know why
the argument that I'm making here is that it's good policy, and we need it to secure the federal election.
And I said the question I originally had was, can you tell me why it's actually necessary, and also answer the question of why Republicans aren't openly supporting it? And you brought up the fact that, oh, they are supporting it. Tell me a senator that's not. And then that's why I said there's 5. I said there's senators, that Republican senators, that's openly rejecting it. Like, so that's why I knew there were some. That's why I added on to that. I know there's a handful, but majority of them have strong support for it. And I'm looking up now, there's even Democrat senators that support it. Who?
Right here, Senator Kirsten Sinema, however you say that.
Kirsten Sinema?
Sinema, yeah. From Arizona, supported. Or no, she's not even in the Senate anymore. This stupid Google AI.
Oh, why are you looking at AI overview?
I'm trying to keep the conversation flowing.
Oh yeah, the AI overview isn't it's not something I would lean on. FYI, my information comes from Time magazine. They ran an article breaking down the actual push of the SAVE Act, and then also the 5 Republicans that have openly said that they won't vote for it. So there's that. Anywho, a question.
My argument is that we should pass it.
I don't care that your argument is that you should pass it. I'm saying there's no substantial reason to pass it, and also there's no pathway to passing it.
Wait, you yourself said that there's election fraud happening. The prosecuted cases are extremely rare, and you still haven't acknowledged my point on why we shouldn't use the same security methods.
Yeah,
to secure our
let's dig into
we
that.
do
Let's
with
dig into that.
Medicaid,
What are
food
the
stamps,
what are
Section
the
8.
requirements in order to that's listed in the SAVE Act? And just FYI, I'm going to be completely transparent with you, right? I'm going to do something that I normally don't do, but I'm going to be like super transparent with you. This is one of the reasons. I'm sorry.
You said you're normally not transparent. Is that
No,
what you
I
just
don't
said?
normally tip my hand. Like I don't find value in actually letting you know what I'm gonna say or do or what I have before I actually get into it. But I'll show you because I think this is actually important because whatever. Let's see here. Oh, okay, here. FYI, this is something that I did. These are all my notes on the SAVE Act. These are the notes that I completely went through the entire piece of legislation and did a breakdown of all the things on the SAVE Act. So we're going to talk about this, but I'm just giving you a fair warning. I've done a deep dive. So I don't want you to think that like, oh, I didn't have time to prepare or whatever. I don't know about this obscure thing. Who knows that? I'm just letting you know I know. That's it. I just want to make sure you know.
I get it. I'm not looking for like a scripted response. I'm looking for an actual response to my questions.
Oh, it's not about a scripted response. I'm just telling you because we're talking about the bill now. Like, I don't care about your justification. I don't care about your fee-fees. Let's talk about the actual piece of legislation that hits the floor and why the piece of legislation can't be passed.
Well, but I'm still just looking for an answer to my simple question since I joined this live. Why do we not secure our elections with the same security
standards? Because there's no substantial fraud. There's no substantial fraud that dictates what this actual piece of... I'm answering. Do you want me to answer your question or not?
Yeah.
There's no substantial fraud that would dictate this level of legislation that's being passed that will actively disenfranchise millions of Americans.
Hold on. Was there active substantial fraud when Obamacare passed?
No, and I don't care about your actual
So
trying to. I don't care. No, and I don't care about you trying to run to something else. Let's talk about the legislation.
Hold on. Your rebuttal. You just debunked your own rebuttal. You don't need to have proven fraud to secure systems. That we never.
Stop running. You haven't been able to prove any type of substantial fraud. I don't care about your claims. You can't prove your claims, so I don't care about your claims. Let's talk about the legislation and why it won't pass and how it will disenfranchise millions of Americans and why even Republicans won't vote for it because they know that it's going to disenfranchise millions of Americans. Stop running and let's talk about the actual legislation. Cindy, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to mute you again. So tell me this. What are the holdup in this provision that's causing even Republicans to say no? I accidentally muted you again. You got to unmute yourself.
There's a handful of complaints. Can you be more specific?
What are the actual sticking points that are causing the Republicans, the Democrats and the Republicans to say no? What are the things that need to be removed?
There's a handful. Can you not be so vague?
Okay, then name a few of the handful. Like name them.
Like there's talking points around women are going to be disenfranchised because they don't submit their marriage license to the government to verify them with name change. There's a talking.
That's not true.
A talking point.
Wait, stop right there. Stop right there. Stop right there. You told a little bit of truth, and then you spin it with a lie. I don't know if you meant to lie or you just don't know. So when it comes to women, and the way that the women are going to be disenfranchised, it's because they don't give an option for the marriage license. Right. So what happens is for women who need to re-register, there's acceptable documentation, and the acceptable documentation does not include marriage licenses. And so any women who have gotten married and changed their last name on all their identification will no longer be the last name that's listed on their birth certificate. So they can't re-register to vote. So at that point, they can do one of two things. They can either just not vote, or they can go through the process of re-changing their last name back to the name that's on their birth certificate. Now, the Democrats have put up a suggestion, hey, accept birth certificates or like remove that requirement. And the Republicans have rejected that and full stop. They're not changing and they're not accepting marriage certificates, and they're also saying that like it's a non-starter. Now address that.
Okay. So you're saying that married women under the SAVE Act will have no pathway to vote. They just lose their right to vote.
When it comes time to re-register, correct.
Dude, this has already been debunked.
Okay, then debunk it.
Name changes are routine. They're handled every day.
Sure.
Like
then debunk
after marriage or divorce, you simply provide your birth certificate with your marriage license showing this was my old name, this is my new name.
By the way,
it's the same process.
They don't accept that. They don't literally see. This is the problem with people who've been trying to argue the SAVE Act. The SAVE Act is very specific as far as how you can re-register, and people start talking about, well, this is how you can do it, and this is how you can do it. But you're talking about how you currently can do it. If the SAVE Act is passed, then it changes the way that you can do it. And surprise, surprise, that's not an acceptable way under the SAVE Act. Now debunk something that's listed. Like, that's the funny thing. You guys pretend as if the SAVE Act is passed, then you can still follow the normal procedures that we follow today. It literally roots those things out.
No, dude, see, that is crazy. That I'm surprised you brought up that talking point. Give me
the provision within the SAVE Act that does what you just said.
That's already being handled on the state level. Just give me the provision
in the SAVE Act that no, it hasn't. I've already done this with someone. I talked to someone for 3 hours about this. We pulled up. Hold on. Let me fast track this for you. I talked to someone for 3 hours about this, and she made the same claim. And we pulled it up on the individual level for the state. And then the states actually have an advisory board that they actually defer to. And the advisory board says that when it comes to these special situations and these cases, then they are deferred to the federal law. So it runs all the way back to the federal law. When the state has a special case, and the state has to refer to the advisory board, and the advisory board is deferring to the actual law. Like, I did this for 3 hours. You're fucking wrong. Dude, now give me the provision. Give me the provision in the SAVE Act that makes the exceptions that you just said.
Hold on. The state said the federal government sets a borderline. It says you need documentary proof, and then the states can add on additional requirements. The federal, but they just can't. They can't be less. They can't be less secure than the federal government. That's how a lot of things work.
Yes.
But you're saying,
yes. I know. So I'm literally telling you, I've already went through this. I've already went through this.
That's a cool cut, by the way. Is that pot agreed?
Yes, it is.
But do you honestly believe that election officials will reject a government-issued marriage certificate, or
yes.
is this just okay? So let me get this straight. States.
Would you like to know why I believe that?
Hold on.
Would you like to know why I would believe that?
Do you know how it's being
Would you like to know why I believe that?
No. I want to finish my point.
No, I'm just going to tell you why I believe that. I believe that because that's what the law says.
State law or federal law? Because there's no federal law requiring this
if
either
the
right now.
SAVE Act is passed, that will be federal law, and the federal law would be the one that says that. Like, again, you cannot argue with the way things are today under the SAVE Act. Like, that's the thing. That's the weird mental gymnastics that you guys keep trying to do. You keep trying to argue like the future under the SAVE Act, while at the same time applying the law that's in place today. Those two things aren't the same. Once the SAVE Act passed, what we do today, bye-bye. Can't use what we have today. We have to follow the SAVE Act, and then everything else falls under it. So you trying to actually argue today with the future, that doesn't work.
Yeah. So, dude, this has been debunked multiple times.
Okay, then debunk it.
Married women will still vote.
Okay, then debunk it.
Okay, hold on. Wait, why do we start interrupting each other so much?
Because you keep just making general statements without proving stuff.
Because this is not a new problem. This is not a new problem for the federal government, state government, or local. Women change their names. Millions of women change their names every year.
Can you address directly what I said?
They're still able to vote. They're still able to get passports.
Can you address directly what I said?
Open bank accounts, whatever.
Hey, can you address directly what I said?
Yes, just because it's not mentioned in the SAVE Act does not mean that that's going to bar. That's a scare tactic. It's a complete scare tactic.
Okay, cool.
Because your argument is
wait, one second. If the actual provision in section 2AA states that the only thing that are acceptable as far as being able to recertify is the real ID, driver's license, a valid U.S. passport, U.S. military ID, a government-issued photo ID, with a certified birth certificate, a naturalization certificate, or a council report of birth abroad, and then also what's called a NIC, an American Indian card. You have to have 2 of those documentations. Right? So birth certificate and a real ID, or a passport, or a military ID, or a government federal ID, or a naturalization with one of those. You have to have those things. Now tell me right here, if it outlines specifically the things that are required, how do you get around it if it's not saying that any of those things are accepted?
Yeah, we already see a lot of these methods being implemented in a lot of states like Arizona, Georgia, Kansas.
Talk about today.
Before you interrupt,
please don't talk about today. Please don't talk about today. I want you to talk about the legislation. Can you, okay, maybe this is what we need to do to make sure you and I are talking about the same thing.
You're trying to debate a scary ghost.
I'm not.
You're trying to pretend like this is literally that married women are not going to be able to cast a vote.
Can we agree on a couple of things? First and foremost, can we agree on a couple of things? First and foremost, can we agree that currently there are a multitude of methods to get around the name change as of today?
Primarily a marriage certificate.
Yeah, I'm saying we can agree on that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Can we agree that once the SAVE Act goes into place as federal law, then the SAVE Act would actually be the federal standard?
The bottom line, yeah.
Okay, perfect.
That doesn't mean states can't have their administrative
perfect.
powers.
Hold on. Stop. So once the actual SAVE Act is put in place, we can agree that the current procedures that we're using today are no longer viable.
No, not at all. That is not true at all. They just cannot be set a lower bar than the federal government. They can still have more strict and different regulation on top of the federal government. The federal government sets the bottom line. You know that.
So in order to have more,
hold on. Do you think the SAVE Act just completely nullifies all state legislation?
Stop running. So in order to have more, a state would actually have to implement legislation that adds on to it. Is that an accurate statement?
The only state legislation that would be nullified is if it goes against the federal regulation that is set by the SAVE Act. You know this.
Right. This is the federal regulation that would be set by the SAVE Act, outlines the accepted documentation. So any state using anything outside of the accepted documentation is null and void unless they actually pass legislation at a state level that enshrines it to their constitution.
No, so this is how it happens. The federal government sets the line, and then the states say, okay, here's the guidelines that we have to follow, and they handle the administrative process. The federal government isn't actually taking over the administrative process of voter registration. They're just setting additional guidelines. Like, for example, states on a
federal level, is Mary Jane legal or illegal?
What do you mean?
On a federal level, is Mary Jane legal or illegal?
It's illegal, and states cannot make different.
Perfect. On a federal level, Mary Jane is illegal. So, in order for Colorado, California, Oregon, Washington, for those states to be able to have access to Mary Jane, did they not have to pass legislation on top of that actual federalization of it being illegal?
Yeah, they add additional regulations.
So what about states that have not passed any type of legislation since the actual the Mary Jane has been made illegal? Can those states actually just say, "Oh, yeah, it's cool, we'll let you use it"?
No.
Okay, and then what do they have to do?
But that's where your
What do
argument
they have to
falls
do?
apart. So if
What do
your
they
state
have to
drops
do?
the ball, hold on.
Can you answer that question, and then I'll let you ramble. What do they have to do?
Yeah, they can make new legislation. For
Oh,
sure.
so they have to pass legislation. Okay, go ahead.
We've done it 100 times in the past. So, but it's a good example. Your argument is that states are going to drop the ball on this, and married women are going to show up to register to vote, and they're going to be told you can't vote because you're married. No, that's a scare tactic. That's not going to happen. Anyone that actually has logical reasoning would know that. And by the way, if your state drops the ball on that, you have the worst state government in the history of the United States of America. If the United States, hold on, if your state says we're not going to put in additional regulation or additional avenues for married women to vote, you actually think that married women are going to show up, try to cast a vote, and they're going to be like, sorry, the SAVE Act stopped married women from voting. You have to go home and you don't get a voice now. That's a scare tactic. You know it's ridiculous, and it's not substantive by any measure.
Wait, hold on. So my point is just a scare tactic. That's not something that's happening. They won't do that.
No, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, perfect. What happened in Florida?
There'd be revolution.
Wait one second. One second. What happened in Florida when they told?
And also, that'd be a constitution.
Hey, what happened in Florida when they told their constituents they could vote on abortion rights?
Well, hold on, because I'm going on a.
What happened in Florida when they told their constituents they could vote on abortion rights?
When they could vote on abortion rights?
Yeah, they told them they could vote on abortion rights. What happened?
I hope we're not getting too off topic. I don't have much time left.
We're talking specifically because you're saying that, oh, it's a scare tactic. They're not going to do this. It'll be a revolution. Da 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 da. I'm telling you that Florida's already done that.
It'll be lawsuits.
Florida's already done it.
No, hold on.
Florida's already done it. It's fine. If you don't have time, I'll run through it. What happened was Florida told their constituents that if they get enough people to sign petitions to add abortion to the ballot, then they would add abortion to the ballot. And guess what? Enough people signed on and said, yes, we would like to be able to vote for abortion. And so Florida, who has a super majority of Republicans, said, okay, that's fine. We'll vote on it. And then while putting it on the ballot and saying they would vote on it, there was enough steam behind people saying that, hey, we're going to vote for this. And so when they realized that it would get over 50% of the vote, which, voting, as long as there's a majority, then we're G to G. They actually said, okay, instead of it being a 51-49 type thing for the vote, we have a super majority. We're going to increase it to 60%. And so when Floridians showed up to vote for abortion rights, it passed. 57% of Floridians that voted said, yes, we want access to abortion. But guess what? Since the Republican-led supermajority of Florida had shifted the goalposts to over 60%, the protections and access to abortion in Florida is not there. So you sitting here saying that, oh, well, it's a failure on the state level if they don't do this, or if they don't do this for the citizens, and if the citizens do it, there'll be lawsuits and they'll revolt. I'm telling you, the Republican-led states are already doing that. There's nothing that points to the fact that they would be willing to actually do something different, especially when it comes to access to rights for women.
Hold on, you're not allowed to discriminate against anyone based on a handful of factors. You know what those factors are?
What are you referring to?
Like the Civil Rights Act. You cannot be discriminated against if the government tried to discriminate against
you gotta update your notes, Pookie. They gutted that. They gutted that. The Supreme Court passed a provision that actually gutted the voting provision in the Civil Rights Act, which actually removes the representation of Black people. That's why Republicans were able to gerrymander. That's why fucking Louisiana, who is 2/3, where Louisiana is 2/3 Black, and they have a multitude of actual members in Congress. 2/3 of the state only gets one single person to represent them. So you're sitting here talking about, oh, like you can't discriminate. No, the Supreme Court already said you could. The Supreme Court said, fuck you, black people.
Your argument that there's going to be regulation put in place that don't give married women a pathway to vote is ridiculous. And
give me any type of. I gave you the reasoning. Hold on. I gave you the reasoning. Listen, because I'm not worried about it in blue states. I'm worried about it in red states. And even in blue states, it's going to take time to get it done, but fine. But I'm worried about it in red states. I'm sitting here showing you, I gave you a prime example of a red state doing just that. Can you give me the opposite?
I'm saying what I'm saying.
Can you give me the opposite?
Dude, hold on. Can you let me have like a little questioning time?
You're just talking about your feelings and you're not actually substantiating anything.
It's important. If a married woman,
no. You keep telling me about your feelings. I'm giving you actual proof. I've talked about the provisions in the piece of legislation. I've talked about how the Republican-led supermajority in Florida has literally went against the thing that you said that they were going to do. You keep talking about your feelings. You keep saying, well, you think they're not going to do that? Give me actual proof. Give me one example. One example of a Republican-led.
Protected trade. Look, the world that you're trying to scare people away from the SAVE Act is just a fantasy. If a married woman goes to vote and she's told you can't vote because you're married, she could sue. She could start a class action lawsuit.
That's if they have the money to do so. That's if they have the money to do so. We're in capitalism.
Any law firm would take that pro bono because that's going to be.
Stop. Hey, Ari, did you see the ruling from the Supreme Court on the class action lawsuit for Roundup yesterday?
I did not. What happened, Santana?
Yeah, so a man originally filed he had been using Roundup for 20 years, and he ended up getting, I think it's lymphoma or Hodgkin's cancer or whatever due to Roundup. And so there was an overall class action lawsuit that was created. The man was rewarded a judgment. I think it was $1 million or something, but then there was a class action lawsuit against Roundup as a whole. And the Supreme Court ruled yesterday that actually it's not on Roundup. The EPA didn't say that Roundup had to put a warning on the bottle. And so since the EPA didn't say that Roundup had to put a warning on the bottle, screw all the people that have gotten cancer from using Roundup.
Dang. Also, Santana, I don't know if this is still the case, so I could be wrong. Did they still have a federal pause on civil rights cases?
I don't know. I have to check that.
Yeah, because I know they did that at the beginning of the administration where they were not going to hear civil rights cases. And this would be a civil rights case, the thing that he's talking about. So if they're not actually hearing civil rights cases, holy shit, I can't be held accountable for doing civil rights violations. That's fucking weird.
I want to say not, because I know the ruling that they gave when it came to Louisiana was that was a civil rights case because it involved the 1965 Civil Rights Voting Act. But let me check that for sure.
Yeah, and I just wanted to highlight, and what I came up is, Santana, I told you about the story about my grandmother in Florida. She's in Florida. Shocker, the state y'all keep talking about. She's a Puerto Rican woman, right? And she's born and raised Puerto Rican, all those things, and had to move to the United States because of imperialism and colonization of this fuck shit country. Yeah, and she was originally in New Jersey, had to move to Florida to be closer to my mother because she needs support because she's elderly, you know, but she still likes engaging in electoral politics. And she tried to register to vote in Florida. However, they won't let her because of colonization. White supremacy and the Christians forced her to change her name because it wasn't Christian enough because she needed to be baptized, right? Hi. I know you're fragile masculine. You can't handle a story. So Christianity forced her to change her name because it was not Christian enough for her to be accepted because we're indigenous. Yes, you know, laugh at indigenous people being colonized. It's funny as fuck, huh? Right. Okay, great. So it wasn't Christian enough. And so her name, her current name, does not match her birth certificate because she's been going by that Christian name the rest of her life because she was forced to do that. And so when they asked her for documentation to register to vote in Florida, doesn't have it because it doesn't match because she was forced to change her name. also considering all the hurricanes that happened in Puerto Rico, when she goes back to Puerto Rico to find documentation that actually matches it, can't do it. All the freaking hurricanes that happened destroyed those systems. And we're not even talking about Louisiana and all those other things that happened in Louisiana, where Katrina and all the other devastated places where people lose those documents and do not have access to it.
Yeah. Well, I think we've come to the end of this conversation.
Yeah, run away. Bye,
I mean,
bye.
What do you even respond to that? You're saying your whole argument was your grandma to change her name
because
it wasn't
people
Christian.
are disenfranchised because they don't have access to documents.
That's a level of fantasy that I'm not even
I think the actual premise here is like, I've been able to give you empirical data. I've been able to give you like substantial data. I've been able to give you fact, reasoning, and logic. And hell, Ari even just gave you like a real life example. You have been giving us trust me bros, and he fucking ran. Like the entire time he's been up here, his entire premise has been, you think that's really going to happen? Do you think they're really going to do that? Do you think that that's actually going to be a thing? You're just fear mongering. It's literally
that's why I requested. He said, do you think it's going to happen? Yes, it's already happening. Yeah. And the SAVE Act is not passed. My grandmother cannot vote in Florida.
I think it's just mind numbing. I mean, you're sitting here saying like, oh, well, you know, the other states are just going to step up, and like the whole reason why this administration keeps trying to quote unquote send it back to the states is because they understand that they have enough representation on the state level and with Republican held states to disenfranchise people to the level that they're looking to disenfranchise them. Like, that's the craziest argument I've ever heard.
Yep. It was just that thing. He said, it's not going to happen. I'm like, there are already people who are disenfranchised and they can sue. Yeah, my grandmother is elderly. She does not have the ability to sue. And it's very difficult. But my mother's been working with her to try to get those documents. But that requires her also to go to Puerto Rico. And she just also doesn't have the capacity to fly, which also disenfranchises people because she needs capital to get access to those documents. So for people who are just saying it's never going to happen. Yeah, they say the same thing to women about Roe v. Wade, and the Roe v. Wade got overturned. So for all those things who are in la la land, it's never going to happen. Happens all the time. Shut up. All right, that's it.
Yep. All right. I appreciate you coming up. Thank you, Ari. W's in the chat for Ari. Guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. Only look for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart. Me, it's only one coin. It will boost live and push us out to the FYP. Can we knock out the finger hearts? The finger hearts is the daily gift goal. Can we please knock that out? Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Your grandma. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
No.
Okay, no worries. I'll drop you down.
Sorry.
No worries. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Also, if you'd like to support the live, I know there's a couple of different donations and super chats that I got to read out. I'll get to them in just a moment. But if you'd like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Let's see here. I don't think this person's going to load. Well, underscore, it's just, you got to change that username if you want to come up. I cannot have you up here with that username. I cannot have you up here with that username. I'm sorry. Like that username, I feel you. I just can't get you up here with that username. Sorry. You got to change your username. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. W's in chat for Jared for the $1 donation saying, join live late. Anyone mention the Postmaster General refusing to deliver mail in the ballots, and states refusing to use their given role. Yeah, no, not yet. But that's one of the things that I have to play. Like, absolutely. W's in the chat as well for Alice for the donation. You need to pin the link. Oh, okay. I'll send the link over on YouTube. I'm not shocked that they're thumb thugging over on YouTube. That's what they do. Cowards hide. But don't worry, I'll drop that link again and boom, get up here. W's in the chat as well for SJ. What up, SJ? W's in the chat for SJ for the $20 donation and respect. Keep schooling these idiots. SJ, you know how we do, bro. W's in the chat for SJ. Freaking love SJ. W's in the chat for Karen for the $10 donation saying these states can only create law not in a conflict with the federal law. Yeah, like that's literally a thing. The Mary Jane has been made legal at the state level and it's still illegal. Like I brought that up, illegal federally, but the Fed has decided not to pursue when legal at the state level. State does not supersede federal, same as SAVE Act. Like that's absolutely what I was saying. Is that me? I don't know if that was me. I think that was me. I guess that was me. Debbie's in the chat for Natalie for the $2.52 donation saying the last guest just through the whole debate. Have a lovely day. Here's from the UK. We're being devastated by a heat wave. Yeah, I've heard about that. I heard that your heat wave is like wicked, like absolutely wicked. W's in the chat. Thank you so much for the donation. Over on YouTube, W's in the chat for Axelisa for the $1.99 YouTube super chat to say breakfast nuggets forever. STFU MAGA bots in the chat. Yeah, they need the shushies. W's in the chat for Sean. What up, Sean? For the $5 super chat to say it's interesting phenomenon that adults will needlessly just lie to lie for a documented liar. The mental gymnastics, what the actual F, correct. W's in the chat for Shelly Belly for the $5 super chat to say, I'm a lesbian woman in Texas. I guess it's naive or dishonest to think Texas would honor my marriage license. Love you, Santana. Yeah, he was just being disingenuous. Like, I think that there's no way in hell they could just say like, oh, they would actually be willing to do this. That's not a thing. Hey, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Hang on. I'm going to switch to my other account. I don't want your stuff to get flagged.
That's what I was about to say. If you can change your name and come to another account, I'll get you up here. Sorry about that, guys. Debbie's in the chat for Haley for the $2 super chat to say it purposefully affects women, trans people, and minorities. Facts, like literal facts. Debbie's in the chat for Gallon for the 99-cent YouTube super chat. Debbie's in the chat for Tiffany for sending out the 5 YouTube membership subscriptions. Let's fucking go. Debbie's in the chat for all the donos, guys. If anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We're only looking for some debates. I don't think that he's either one of these, but sure. Okay. It's just drop in the comment section what's your new name. I don't know what his new name is. I don't think it's either one of these two people that are here. If not, I'm going to bring one of them in and get it moving, but I don't see. What's your new username if you're here? Yeah, I don't think he's here. That's fine. Dan, did you come back to debate something?
Yeah, the capitalism is the only thing I disagree with on there. If we can start by you telling me how capitalism has been a failure, then I think I can, move on from there, if you don't mind starting first.
Yeah, absolutely. The reason why I say capitalism has failed us and we need to move on to socialism is because capitalism as a whole has completely disenfranchised the everyday person, the everyday American. This system is only beneficial to the ultra wealthy. And so since the system is only beneficial to the ultra wealthy, you see the United States of America, while being one of the wealthiest countries, the wealthiest country in the history of the world. We have some of the largest wealth disparities and wealth gaps. And we also see that since the implementation of the One Big Beautiful Bill, you've seen things like the first ever trillionaire, while more people are being pushed into poverty. So overall, the system of capitalism does not benefit the overwhelming amount of people. It only benefits the small minority of people.
Yes. And so where I agree with a lot of that stuff is if you take a look at a lot of countries in Europe, they kind of implement like a combination of the two. And what I was wondering is like, do you like, if you can point to a country that is like, that you would consider completely socialist where it's been successful?
None. There's none. There's no completely socialist. There's a huge difference between socialism and socialist governments, which implements social safety nets and social programs. Those things are different. I think that in order to get to those things, then we should move in that direction, i.e. go to a socialist style government that implements social programs and then move towards socialism.
Yeah, because a lot of the things that I can agree with, the Trump administration taking away food from children and a lot of the SNAP benefits, like these are terrible things, like things that we rely on, that as Americans, especially as people, as you mentioned, becoming trillionaires, we should keep those social things intact. I just didn't know the best way to move towards that, because I know that in my understanding, a lot of people that in socialist countries, like a lot of the big industries get taken over by government, and it's like, can you ever truly trust the government when it comes to that?
That's not true.
I didn't say it was true. I said that's like, a lot of people's understanding.
Yeah, a lot of people don't understand like socialist governments and socialist safety or social safety nets, and then they also don't understand socialism as a whole. The people try to vilify socialism and communism, not understanding what it is. They think that like socialism and communism means that the government controls everything and the government gets to decide what everyone wears, and the government, it has everybody wearing the same gray uniform and everybody is eating the same hot water cornbread with vegetable soup and shit like that. Those things are different. Like those things aren't even the same as far as what actual socialism and communism is. But it's just the ignorance of people.
Yeah, and these are things that I agree with, and like, but at the same time, like, you don't want a blend of the two. You think a completely socialist, and obviously you stated moving towards one and then eventually getting there is the way to do it. I don't think it's a.
I mean, if I had
possible.
If I had my choice at the perfect society, like it would be communism. Like I'm not a communist, but I've learned enough about communism, socialism. I know enough about like capitalism and what we're living under now to understand like the perfect society would exist under communism. The biggest thing for me has been like getting there. And I'm someone that believes like we have to pull people further left and we have to pull things further left. And I'm willing to take the steps to get there because I know most people are averse to like massive change, especially when you talk about like the Red Scare that has completely shaped America and how we are. But if you even take a look at, again, I've been doing a lot of reading, and I just Like I've been working on the 1619 Project, which is a really tough read. Like it's really, really hard to stomach that book. But
Hold on, let me write that down. What is it?
The 1619 Project.
1619. Okay, keep going.
The more I've gone through that book, the more that I've learned how intentional everything that's happening today is literally the way that it was constructed to work. Like, so the entire premise that we should be, whenever they have this great quote in the book where they call out when people say we live, say, oh, it's a capitalist society. They're really talking about the justification that the country has been founded on to actually vilify and abuse Black bodies. And it's been a whole thing, right? Black bodies has been looked at as like less than and the form of capitalism. And then it's even, did you know that they had analytics during slavery?
No, I did not.
Slave catchers use analytics, like literally, legitimately use analytics, and even had depreciation values on slaves. Like fucking insane. And then the current corporate structure that we use today is literally based off of the slavery model. The entire, like, you know, manager and people below and da-da-da, it's literally based off of the slavery model. Like the practices of corporate America and the way that we actually engage in capitalism is literally fundamentally built off of slavery. It's fucking mind-blowing.
Yeah, I'm reading about it actually right now in the 1860 U.S. Census recorded slave owners. Wow. Yeah. No, I
they kept detailed records and books and really everything.
Is mind-blowing.
Yeah.
And the things that they took into account, age. Oh my gosh, yeah.
Yeah, so what I'm telling you, yeah, someone said literally, and even when it comes to like the way that like the government actually went about, like the reason why taxes were put in place. I mean, I know people talk about like the taxes and then how, you know, they were removed and they were brought back and da 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 da. The only reason the tax system was actually fought against was because of slavery and because they didn't want representation. And so the reason why the IRS was established, unlike other countries that do their taxes completely different than when we do it, is literally because racist white slave owners did not want to actually have to pay the quote unquote taxes. They wanted to get representation for the people that they owned and the people that were in their state, just like South Carolina there was a portion of time where there were more Black slaves than there were free white people in South Carolina. And they wanted to get the representation in Congress, but they didn't want to pay the taxes on the actual slaves. And so like it's a whole thing.
There was more in South Carolina at one point. I had no idea. That is also something insane.
And in South Carolina during that time, I think they said it was either 90 or 95% of all white people were slave owners.
Wow. So yeah, and I appreciate some of the things. So like capitalism, like failure, like where like I'm like I don't consider it a complete failure. And like when I speak with amongst my own friend group, how I use China as sometimes like the market reforms and how they've grown significantly, and that they actually do invest into their own industries, blending socialism with other market elements, and why that's worked well. All I do is get backlash and like people fighting against it, and I use it as a good example.
I heard
think
something.
That's a good example?
I don't know. I saw something last night and I sent it to Sean, and I know I need to, like, it was late, so I didn't go down the rabbit hole of trying to verify it myself. But I saw a video that was pretty interesting, and maybe some people in the comment section may know the answer to this. But there was a video, there was like people are wondering why China is so far ahead of the United States of America? Why are they so advanced? And she was like, I've been waiting for people to just catch up, but I'm just going to tell you. And she was like, it's because 90% of the population is atheists, and they don't have the burden of religion holding them back, which that's been an absolute thing within the United States of America. Like the Abrahamic religion has completely slowed down and reversed any type of progress that we've had throughout the history of our country. And you even see that through the history of the world. So I got to dig into that and see if that's a thing. But like that made so much fucking sense when she said it. But the point being, like, I think a lot of people try to like pull these parallels and try to figure out like, well, is this, that, or the third? Like, I think the biggest thing that we have to understand is that it's not that capitalism, and, you know, the more that I've learned, the more like I disagree with the background in the sense of saying it's a failure. It's not a failure. Like capitalism is working exactly the way that it's supposed to be working. It's just not supposed to work for us.
Yeah, we're not part of the club. I get it. It's not everybody's gaining out of it. And so, one of the things of my understanding with socialism is like the US has always imposed sanctions on any country that's always typically tried to move towards that and to weaken their economies and to like show why it doesn't work. And I always thought,
they don't want that to affect the way the United States does things. Like literally, even again, going back to the book that I've been reading, the United States of America is actively disenfranchised or attacked or tried to separate any nation, any state or whatever that has tried to uproot the racist practices that are engaged in. The reason why the United States lost their shit in a multitude of ways with other countries, and one of the biggest sparks for the Revolutionary War is that Britain no longer wanted to engage in the transatlantic slave trade, and the colonies did. It wasn't about, taxation and all this other. It's literally they wanted to keep bringing in slaves because the transatlantic slave trade was so profitable and made them so much money that they didn't want to actually stop it.
Yeah, and that makes sense. I just, I wanted to get a
You cut out.
capitalism. Can you hear me?
Yep. You keep cutting out.
Somebody keeps buzzing in on my phone. I may need to click off if I get called again. I've lost my entire train of thought here.
Let me route you to this then. Can you tell me, right, what's the holdup with you sticking to capitalism? If you're openly, willingly admit that capitalism doesn't benefit everyday people, then why are you so willing to actually stand up for capitalism?
Well, I'm not willing to like completely stand up for it. It's just I believe that there's a lot of countries that blend the two where it works well. And like, so my understanding, and at the same time, I have to argue with myself about like, well, the countries that have tried to go socialist, it seems that the U.S. has tried to intervene and impact them economically to show that this doesn't work and things of that nature.
Yeah, I mean, like they've been railing against Cuba forever.
Santana, I am really sorry. I should have come. Somebody had left when I was here, and I am at work, and that was that ding.
Yeah, no.
And I'd love to. Next time, I'll click in. Thank you. You always give me time. We'll have a good one.
I was just about to say, like, you can take a look at what the United States has done to Cuba, but also, like, you have to take a look at how the United States of America has treated Haiti, and not just the United States of America, right? But like the entire country, the entire world, the way they've treated Haiti, because Haiti had a successful Black revolution. And literally, George Washington was terrified of Black revolutions. And Thomas Jefferson talked about slavery, and he said that slavery was like having, what did he say? What was the direct quote? It was something like, slavery is like having a tiger caught by the ear. Having Black people enslaved is like having a tiger caught by the ear. Like all of this shit, it's like when I tell you, I'm going to say this again. If anybody wants to read the book, I definitely advocate for it. I got the updated version, the 1619 Project. It is a tough read. It is a tough read. I keep having to take breaks because the shit that I feel bad that I didn't know, the shit that I didn't know. But then even the stuff that I continue to learn, like it is hard to learn. Like it's a tough pill to swallow. So only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. The W's in the chat for Amanda for the $25 donation. Amanda said, glad I finally caught you live again. Hey, thank you. I've been waiting to thank you for all of your hard work. Thank you. You played a role in inspiring me to launch a nonprofit and begin actively doing something to try and improve the world. I'm sorry I can't do. No, listen, fucking thank you so much, Amanda. That's crazy. Thank you. And you are doing amazing work. I'm so happy. I need an update as far as like what it looks like, what you're doing, and how can I help? W's in the chat for Lord Tamayoshi for the $20 super chat to say, happy Friday, everyone. I recommend everyone checking out Enron, the smartest guy in the room, to see why Enron collapsed, plus the dark side of capitalism and greed to making money. Like that's a whole thing. W's in the chat for Lord Tamayoshi. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Hi, hate monger. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Yep, it's well. I switched my account.
Okay, perfect.
I appreciate you allowing me to do that.
Yeah.
It's crazy how I've gone through 5 accounts for just promoting my business, and it's in that industry. It's pretty wild how I still suffer through that prejudice.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. Like I don't censor words here. The only thing that I do censor is the name of drugs. Like that's the only thing that TikTok will really get me for. It's fucking insane. Anyway, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Yes, but I can't see the background. It's showing that news thing, dude. So I don't.
Oh yeah.
I would just.
It'll come back around. You can look at that, or you can tell me how today, June 26, 2026, you still support Donald Timothy Trump, or you can pick one of those things on the background.
Yeah, absolutely. I would. Could I start with one thing, and then I'm going to lead into the Iran war because that's a big one for me. So, is there nothing in your eyes that the Trump administration has done well?
I think that's kind of a misnomer of a question. Is there nothing in my eyes that the Trump administration has done well for the American people? No.
Yes.
Is there nothing in my eyes that the Trump administration has done well? No. They've done some things well. There's nothing that they've done well for the American people.
So wouldn't the executive order preventing investors, hedge fund owners, and others from owning single-family homes be a giant benefit to the American people?
Well, see, there's a difference between doing something that would benefit people versus doing something well that would benefit Americans. So when you talk about an EO, the issue that I have with EOs is, of course, it's not legislation, and the Republican Party currently has the House, Senate, Congress, and even the Supreme Court. And we can both agree that executive orders, like while in the temporary can have some type of short-term impact, they tend to get shot down in the court. So it's more beneficial to pass legislation. And so my first quorum would be like they're not passing legislation. But then the second follow-up quorum is the affordability bill that directly ties into what you were just saying, right? That tries to actually help with a multitude of ways, including like caps and protections and all this other stuff. And Donald Trump is saying that he's not, even though the bill passed the House and the Senate, Donald Trump is saying that he's going to veto it and he's not going to sign the bill because they won't sign the SAVE Act. So even in the example that you gave, I mean, while there's a couple of flaws at the front end, the back end, where if you pass executive orders and to buy time until you can pass legislation, even if I grant, Trump the fact that that's what he was trying to do, pass an executive order to hold over until there was time for legislation. The legislation that passed the House, passed the Senate, is now being shot down by the president.
It's all, I mean, wouldn't you agree that's kind of a political strategy to get what either side wants. Like over and over again, both sides kind of like use their power as it's allowed to kind of get what they want.
I guess, but I don't believe in playing politics. Like, I think that utilizing the American people to get any type of political win or whatever, that's something I'm against on both sides of the aisle. If you want to actually hold up like additional fundings for like X, Y, or Z, and until like something passed, okay, all right, whatever. If you want to hold up like confirmations, okay, I guess that's the thing. But like saying that I'm not going to actually help the American people until you do this, that's not one that I'm actually willing to do.
Forgive me if I'm wrong, but didn't that same thing happen with when Obama was trying to pass the Medicare Act?
You mean the Affordable
and
Care Act?
Obamacare? Yeah, thank you.
I'm not sure of that. I mean, you can point me in that direction, but I would still disavow that. I mean, again, I don't care what side of the aisle it's on. It's not a point of me saying like, oh, it's Republicans or Democrats. I don't like any type of politicians playing politics when it comes to the American people. If you want to hold up like confirmations, okay, cool. If you want to hold up appointments, okay, cool. But saying that I'm not going to actually do something that will give American people the relief they need until you do this, I refuse to allow any politician to do that. I hate politicians that do that, and that doesn't matter their political leanings.
I completely agree. I think that regardless of either side, if they choose to not listen to the American people and what's best, is a major problem. And that lies back into like, 80% of the people want something, but they're just not going to pass it anyway. Mm-hmm. But then when we don't want something to get passed, they pass it anyway. So I think there's a bigger issue when it comes to who we're putting in office and who they're getting funded by. But that's a different topic. Thank you for answering that viewpoint and opinion on how you feel his executive order with the housing bill. So I'll lead into that Iran thing. So my biggest problem when people bring up this aspect is when you, in my opinion, when you say something is lost, that means it's over. The discussions of that thing are over, which I'll take issue with, because if it's currently it's not breaking up. Sorry, I'm out here in the I'm out here in the farm. Yep, god dang it.
Yeah, take a minute. I'm out really here in quick. W's in the chat for Sean. Hey, do we have any mods that can go over to YouTube? YouTube Vertical. We need mods over at YouTube Vertical. If there's any mods right now, can you guys please head over to YouTube Vertical? If you're on horizontal, can we please just transition over to YouTube Vertical for a while? I can watch horizontal. Please, please, please transfer over to YouTube Vertical. Please and thank you. Even if you're a mod over here, and you're on TikTok and you can actually switch over to YouTube Vertical for a few, do that, because I can watch YouTube as well. I'm sorry, I can watch TikTok. And if you're a mod and you're not modded on YouTube, drop your YouTube username in the mod chat and I'll add you as a mod over there, so we can get more support. But we need more people over on YouTube Vertical, not horizontal. I can see horizontal. W's in chat. Thank you so much for that, Sean. W's in chat for Lord Tamayoshi for the $10 super chat to say, update, the bipartisan housing bill will pass without his signature due to it being a veto-proof bill, so F the SAVE Act. Is that a new update? I got to take a look at that. Like, that's super important. W's in the chat. Yeah, if anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Yeah, I don't need. We have a mod team. I appreciate it. We got a mod team. And so I'm only talking to my mods that don't have YouTube access. I appreciate anybody saying, hey, I like to be a mod. I appreciate you. All right. Hey, floor is yours. You were talking about the Iran war.
Yes. and how making a distinction that it's lost without it being over is kind of it's a great topic engager, but I don't think that's really a logic reality standpoint to go for. If it's still continuing, it would be said purposely like, hey, how the Vietnam War was a political failure but a military success. That in my opinion, that would be more accurate. And then I do have to say one thing, because I was triggered by a comment in the comment section, so I just want to mention something.
Well, can we talk about what you just said really quickly?
Yeah, absolutely.
Can you give me any military? Anything that would be a substantial achievement that has occurred with the war with Iran as of today?
Absolutely, the complete annihilation of a navy. You know, you have no. That's not true. Even though the UN has agreed, several other sources have agreed. Even China's already agreed.
That actual source that's saying that their navy has been completely obliterated. You said the UN. What's the title?
Let me look that up, because it was a post on a. I'm gonna have to slide down and slide over, so I'm going to break up for a second. Sorry, Santana.
No worries. Guys, keep tapping the screen. Can we knock out the high bears? That's the daily gift goal. Please, please, please. Yes, guys, you can stop saying it. I've seen this bio. I see it. Don't worry. But do all the wonderful things. Tap the screen, share the live. W's in chat for Mr. Finch for the $5 super chat to say capitalism has caused people to go into medical debt, and people are severely suffering from many things due to capitalism. Housing is unaffordable. Facts. Capitalism sucks. That was in the chat from Mr. Finch. Thank you so much for that $5 super chat. Again, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and links are in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, do all the wonderful things. And again, guys, I've already seen his bio. Like, you guys don't have to keep mentioning it. I seen it. I see if we can get someone else up here while we give him a moment.
Oh,
hi, Danny. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I'm not a Trump supporter personally, but I used to tend to support him in some of his policies, which was really weird. I was pretty uneducated, but I did have a question for you though, based on
did you disagree with anything on the background?
Now that I look at it, okay, capitalism. I don't agree that I agree that capitalism is failure. Iran war, the U.S. lost it. Dude, I almost agree with everything. Okay. Republicans, party of destruction. I agree with everything.
Okay.
But I just wanted to ask you a question about presidents.
I'm going to go ahead and drop you down because we are looking for some debates. But we can, you can drop your question in the comment section, and I read the comments all the time. You can actually get it to one of the mods, and if it's important, they'll get it to me, or you can send it through the pay links, and I will respond to messages in the pay links. Just like W's in the chat for Joe, who sent an $8 donation. Oh, because the Iran Navy was such a threat to the United States. LOL, this is why the entire world is laughing at us right now, because we're being played by a mid-power country. Facts. W's in the chat. Again, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Would you support any? My question is, why would you support any U.S. president? I mean, I guess it depends on people's perspective.
Santana, I love you, Daddy.
It's not funny. You're not a good troll, and I'm blocking you. Like, don't do that. Like, don't be weird. Were you able to find that source?
I appreciate that. Yes, I did. The UN Security Council 2817 cites CENTCOM.
UN Security Council, what? Say it again?
2817 resolution. They cite, it's a part of that where they cite the information given from CENTCOM in their reasoning, like, hey, this is egregious. Yes.
Okay, so wait, this is them citing the CENTCOM from the United States of America saying that we obliterated the Navy of Iran.
So if you're going to say, hey, I'm not going to trust one source because it's from us, but take a source that doesn't like us, it's kind of like, hey, that's not really fair in my opinion.
No, I just would like to, I mean, you said that the UN cited it and other unbiased places cited it, but I mean, like, that's just like me telling you, hey, guess what? I'm the best 3-point shooter in the world. And what's your source? My source is I said it. You know, like that's kind of like
not
that.
even comparable because you didn't have a referee didn't agree with that, right? The referee, the UN, agreed with CENTCOM.
So let's see. I have it up in front of me. It's 2 pages. Do you know the portion where they talk about the Navy being obliterated?
Yeah, give me 1 second to scroll down and I can find that paragraph where they cite that information.
FYI, I'm looking at this 2-page and the word Navy doesn't, the word Navy is not in this 2 pages at all. Like I did a Control F on the resolution and the word Navy doesn't show up. I do see, I backed off the Y and there's navigation. Recalling Resolution 552, 1984, which takes into consideration the importance of Gulf regions to international peace and security and its vital role to the sustainability of the world economy. It refers to the right of navigations of ships en route to and from all ports and installations of the Lateral states. I don't know what that is. They're not parties to the hostilities. So, and then it says affirming the inherent rights of individuals and collective defense systems in response to the deplorable armed attack by the Islamic Republic of Iran as recognized by Article 51 of the United Nations. Yeah. I mean, like even this is sitting here saying, you know, what's funny as well. Oh, I'm sorry. Were you able to find that?
I will concede with that one. I was
going to say as well.
I might be able to say I'm wrong. So I mean, you know,
I was just going to point to the fact that like we had to do a military blockade. Like that's one of the reasons why we had a blockade, and the Trump administration has been trying to actually encourage other countries to like escort ships through the Strait of Hormuz, because not only do they have like land supremacy, but they have water or naval supremacy there as well. But
over Saudi Arabia?
No, I'm just saying the way that they have it tactically set up, they have the supremacy.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is why the U.S. had allies go through it is because we didn't have an agreement to help go into their nation's waters. We only have
they were trying to get allies to agree to accompany ships. Like he was trying to get allies to help out.
Yes, through their particular waters.
No, through the Strait of Hormuz.
Yes, but the Strait of Hormuz is not solely owned by Iran like they want to claim.
No, it's not owned by anyone, but now it's controlled by Iran.
Well, is it controlled by Iran? Mm-hmm. Like what source says that it's controlled by Iran with speedboats? Like how are you controlling something with speedboats?
The United States of America, Donald Trump specifically, because he keeps demanding.
So that source is okay.
Wait, hold on. He keeps demanding that Iran reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and Iran has been able to say whenever they want that the Strait of Hormuz is closed, and even more so, they've been able to charge fees when allowing ships through. So. Yeah, I think that's
charge fees. Which companies and people were actually charged fees?
Different ships were charged to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. They were collecting fees. That's been so much of a thing that was a part of the 14-point peace agreement, where Iran agreed for the next 60 days to not charge fees, but only for the next 60 days. That's literally a thing. Like literally, Iran has been collecting fees from ships to let them pass through the Strait of Hormuz.
Well, I would say that there's a caveat to that is that they can't even collect any of that income because their stuff is frozen.
No, it's not.
Like we have a freeze on assets.
They were literally accepting the fees in yen.
In yen?
Yep.
Okay. All right, I mean, I can't disagree. Can you cite that source for me so I could look through that?
Sure. Give me a second.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to also add, if you force a country to the talking table because of the annihilation of their military and the effectiveness of it, such, you've lost the military war.
How has the United States forced them to the table? Have you looked at the 14-point ceasefire agreement, the MOU?
I have.
What in the MOU says that Iran was forced to the table?
There's nothing that says that they have to show up. It's their actions of showing up instead of saying, "Oh, fuck
because
you."
they got everything that they wanted. They, like, literally, Iran is in a better position with this MOU than they were prior to the conflict. They're even in a better position than they were when they were under the JCPOA. So that that's the point that I'm making.
Well, the agreement's no longer viable because we have Habibi, which I'm not a fan of, continuously breaking down those deals, which I do believe is a strategic move from the allied nations.
Yeah, no, it's not a strategic move from the allied nations. It's a strategic move from Israel because they want the greater Israel, and even Donald Trump is pushing back against it. Like, that's been the fly in the ointment for this entire agreement, is that Israel is saying that they're a sovereign country and they won't respect the actual agreement that's being put in place. And one of the actual holdup is Iran is saying, like, basically you have to make sure that your allies aren't striking our allies, i.e. Lebanon. And so since Donald Trump can't control Bibi Netanyahu and Israel, they keep striking Lebanon, which keeps causing an actual fracture with this agreement.
And Lebanon keeps striking Israel. So not only does
literally
Iran,
Israel striking them first.
I would beg to differ.
Okay, prove it.
October 7th.
October 7th wasn't done by Lebanon, and sure, if
it was
you want to
done
talk
by
about,
terrorist organizations.
It wasn't done by Lebanon. If you want to talk about October 7th, then let's talk about October 5th.
I don't. I'm just using that as a reference.
What happened on October 5th?
1,500 people were freaking.
What happened on October 5th? Not 7th, 5th.
I do not know. Let me look that up. Or if you could explain that to me,
yeah,
so I don't
sure.
have to.
October 5th, the Israeli IDF went into Gaza and under the guise of an actual shootout, which there was no proof of it. There was no one caught, but actually murdered multiple Palestinians on the Gaza Strip. They entered into areas that they were agreed not to be in, killed people, and said, "Oh, we were chasing this bad guy. We couldn't find the bad guy. No one saw the bad guy, but we were chasing the bad guy." And that's how we ended up there killing Palestinians. And so you can talk about the October 7th attack and Hamas actually launching the attack, but it was spurred on literally by the actions that were committed by the IDF on October the 5th. And even if you want to talk about more than that, like, you look at the history, like, literally, Israel has kept the Palestinians in an open air prison. And this has been manufactured from the time that the actual Jewish people showed up in Gaza. Like, this has literally been a manufactured effort that's been co-opted by the United States of America. The CIA actually, subverted the actual rule that was in Iran, and then actually implemented the current structure and system that's in place in Israel, while at the same time undermining multiple states within the Middle East. Like, all of this is connected.
So when you said this, I believe that the CIA has done a lot of stuff. For my benefit, could you show me the source where it says the CIA specifically was involved with doing those actions?
Yeah, it's in the book Ash of War. I'm sorry. Yeah, Legacy of Ash. Sorry, Legacy of Ash: The History of the CIA.
Who wrote that?
Give me a second. I'll pull it up.
Sorry. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Legacy Ash. It was written by Tim Weiner, and everything that's listed in the book is first-hand accounts and declassified information. So there's no opinions given in this. This book covers like a detailed 60-year history of the CIA, from the creation of the CIA to a multitude of activities that they were actually engaged in. And it's all based off of first-hand accounts that directly are on record, and also declassified CIA information. There's no like off-the-record sources or third parties or things like that.
I appreciate it. I'll look into that. Thank you for enlightening me to that issue. And then I would,
I was just gonna say, like, again, I just really would like to know, like, what substantial win has the United States of America had in this conflict with Iran? Because I don't see one. And like I said, looking at the 14-point peace agreement, if you look at that, like, all of those are just a bunch of wins for Iran.
But they're all conditionary, which we know that's not going to last, right? Because of the proxy of both Israel and Hamas. Like, they're both going to make sure that deal doesn't go through.
Why do you keep talking about Hamas? You mean Hezbollah?
It's the same fucking thing.
It's not. Hamas and Hezbollah are not the same thing.
They're both terrorist organizations that are used by agencies to wage war so that their individual militaries don't have to get. So the Hamas and Hezbollah are not funded by foreign countries?
I think Hamas and Hezbollah has been funded by a multitude of foreign countries, including the United States of America, just depending on how they want to be weaponized. But that's not like what we're talking about as far as them being the same thing, and also like the direct initiative that they are, you know, functioning for. Like I
would say I disagree with that, because they're both being used for the purpose of military engagement, so that the country in which they are being manipulated by doesn't have to fully engage. You know, because America does the same thing. We're currently doing that with Ukraine, and we're currently doing that with Israel. You know, because we're saying, hey, Israel, we don't mind you doing this stuff. Keep doing it, so we don't get fully involved.
I think
with
the thing
everything
that
else
you
other
don't
than
understand is that Hamas was duly elected, and while being duly elected, still being influenced not only from Israel, right? Because Bibi Netanyahu in Israel actually used to fund Hamas as well. But the manipulation and the actual outside influences have shifted whatever freedom fighters that they are standing for with the people of Palestine. But the bigger point that I'm trying to get to is like just trying to label Hamas and Hezbollah is the same thing, or even trying to say that either one of us have the deep breadth of knowledge necessary to really talk about how deep and like what's really happening. Even with the information that I've been able to learn and study, I know for a fact that I don't have the level of knowledge to properly be able to break it down. And, you know, sorry, not trying to be offensive, but I know you don't either, because it seems like I have more of an understanding than you.
No, that's, you know, I completely agree with you that you probably do, because, you know, and that's the point of a conversation, right? Is because where we talk about it, there are people that probably in the chat that don't know or have a different opinion. And same with me. I have a different opinion, and now I can be.
Right, but what I'm saying is that while both of us lack a robust access of or detailed history and like vast knowledge, I think it would be kind of disingenuous for either one of us to sit up here and speak as if we truly know. Like, I'm willing to concede that I don't have the level of knowledge on Hezbollah or Hamas to have like that level of conversation to do it justice. But what I can call out is the things that you were saying.
That's completely fair. You know, and, you know, not to kind of minimize it, but that is your profession. Like, I'm an agronomist. I'm not a debater. You are a professional debater.
I heard you say that yesterday you were either talking to Parker or Dean. You said literally the same thing yesterday. And the only reason I know that is because I heard the whole agronomist thing. Like, you can say that, but like, obviously you've made an intentional decision to come up and debate specific thing. And so like it is, for me, it's like sports. Like they say this all the time. They say this all the time. It doesn't matter if you're injured or not. If you put the jersey on and you step on the field or the court, you're expected to perform no matter what the limitations are. So you saying that you're not a debater, like that doesn't negate the point that you're trying to do.
Well, no, and I wasn't trying to. I go over the morning like, hey, here's an opportunity for me to get better. I don't like debating. You know, if I go debate someone that's, not to say it's bad, that you're lesser or not you specifically, I don't feel that that's as good enough experience as debating probably someone like Parker or you, who are near, like you guys are very good. Like I will concede to that. I am, and again, I don't want to use that I'm an agronomist, and yes, I am putting on the jersey, but that's because I want to get better at this, because I don't want to be in a situation where I'm misled by either party's false information or manipulated information. So me coming up here is me being like, hey, maybe some of my information is wrong. Let me talk to someone who's gone further into depth with this information and get a better reasoning for that.
Okay. So can we go back to the original question that I had, which is, can you name one type of victory that the United States has had overall with this conflict with Iran?
You're not, yeah, I would say if you're not going to say the military aspect, as far as because, hey, their major naval fighting force is no longer available and they have speedboats and mines only. So it's like, that's a huge one in my opinion. But I mean, you defer to that's not being a legitimate cause for a military, push to be like, hey, that's better. I kind of disagree with that.
Okay. Let's
as
do
far
this.
as like what they've done better, it's hard to say because we haven't done boots on the ground.
Let's pull up the actual MOU, the 14 points in the MOU, and I'll run through it, and you tell me which point is like an overwhelming victory for the United States of America.
Well, real quick, I'm talking about military, not political victory. I do say that those are two different things. Right now, I will concede that we're losing the political battle.
Let's look at then, if you want to say military versus like what's been listed.
13 casualties on our side versus how many on their side. That we've definitely, that's
sure.
how.
Let's talk about what it's cost the military to engage in this conflict, shall we?
Well, it sucks that we have such expensive equipment, but absolutely.
Sure. So do you know how much it's cost the United States of America to engage in this conflict with Iran from February into now?
I believe it's several billion dollars, and with the recent Apache that went down, I said several $billion. Right, I don't know the specifics. Several hundred billion?
More.
We're at $1 trillion?
$1 trillion. The total cost as far as spending for the United States of America has hit $1 trillion. Yes.
It's $2 billion a day. I just read that, Sugar Grits. Is it really $2 billion a day?
Yeah.
Wow. That's crazy.
Would you like to guess in the inverse?
Well, I guess when you have an Apache shot down. Oh, sorry.
No, I was going to say, would you like to guess in the inverse how much it's cost Iran? And this, not only am I talking about military costs, but I'm talking about like damages that they've occurred to their infrastructure as well. Because like we can agree that
there's a caveat.
Okay.
With that, with like just the sheer cost of technological difference, right? Like we had an Apache get taken down by a drone. That an Apache without fully built out is a minimum of $300 million.
I think that's that's the point of what I'm trying to get to, and I think that's the point that you're missing, right? Like literally, the United States of America has spent $1 trillion on this conflict and this war. Iran has spent 100 and let me get the updated number from the tracker. $113 billion. Right. So the U.S. has spent $1 trillion. Iran has spent 113 billion. And we have the MOU, but in the MOU, it gives Iran access to a total of 324 billion. Right. So even if you do the
under
math,
conditions.
yeah, but even if you do the math on that, right? 324 billion minus the 113 million that it's cost, they have a actual profit of 211 billion dollars from this conflict, and that's not even talking about like they're getting the sanctions removed. They're also getting the okay to sell Iranian oil while sanctions are still in place. Like literally, they've had a multitude of wins.
Real quick, unrealized. So you're counting unrealized gains as that, right? Because for them to get any of that, Israel was supposed to not bomb them back, and they did. So that deal kind of blew off the table.
It didn't. They're still going through with the actual negotiation and talks, and a majority.
So the deal can change.
Yeah, but a more like a number 13 of the 14 point number 13 of the 14-point agreement states that point number 1, 4, 5, 10, and 11 go in effect as soon as the deal was signed. And the number 11 was Iran got $24 billion that they can use however they want. So that $24 billion immediately was given to Iran. And everything else, they've been working through it.
So even with the conditions of a ceasefire, they still got the money.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
It's a bad deal for the U.S. I'm telling you, if again, you said you've been through this 14 points agreement. Have you really been through it? I would love to run through this with you really quickly.
So an admission of a caveat is that, hey, in modern terms, I've listened to multiple sources talk about it, and you're going to be the more direct source because I'm actively talking to you. So yes, please go over it.
Okay, well, I actually looked at all of them and did a breakdown, and I put it in simple terms because I'm a simple man, so I like to speak in simple terms. 14-point peace agreement. Number 1, stop the fighting and military operations, including in Lebanon, and that's extended to the U.S. and their allies, which, of course, Israel has already broken that portion, and that's what triggered the re-shutdown of the Strait of Hormuz. But that was number 1. Number 2, respect the sovereignty of each country, i.e. the United States has to respect the sovereignty of Iran. That's been like a big point. Number 3, the final deal will be done within 60 days. And if it is not done within the 60-day period, both countries would have to agree to extend that 60-day period. If one country says no, thank you, then it can't be extended. Number 4, the U.S. will remove the blockade. So the U.S. has already started removing the naval blockade, but they have a total of 30 days to fully remove the naval blockade. And the traffic of the Strait of Hormuz is supposed to be in correlation with the removal of the naval blockade, meaning the amount of flow of commercial ships is going to directly be dictated by the United States removing the naval blockade.
Including, wait, real quick. Does that include also Iran removing the mines and?
Oh, no, that's a different part. That's a different part. This is just talking about the United States and then starting to restore the flow through the Strait of Hormuz.
Does it say specifically the United States has to?
Mm-hmm.
That's a wild deal. Oh, that's so stupid.
I'm telling you, this is such a bad deal. That's why I said, have you looked at it?
So I've looked at it as far as like, hey, this guy's post about it. He broke it down, but you're breaking it down in a better way. I will say that. You're breaking it down in a more a simplified version which gives more context.
I don't know who you're talking about or what they did or didn't say, but the one thing that I will say is like I think a lot of people have tried to like position this as, oh, this is a win or da 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 da. I'm just reading what the details say, and I'm just reading these things out, and then I'm saying where's the win, right? And so just to keep running through the rest of it. Number 5. Iran will let commercial ships pass through, and all of the mines will be removed within 30 days. And for 60 days, they can't collect any fees. But after the 60-day period, they have the option to collect fees.
Okay, so Iran is responsible for removing their mines.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're supposed to remove it and then within 30 days have it all gone. But that's in correlation with like the naval blockade. So that's why they're going to start letting ships through. But the United States has to remove the actual blockade.
Yeah.
And then Iran has to remove the mines. They both have 30 days, but Iran is going to remove the actual deterrence in relation to how quickly the United States removes the blockade. So it's parallel.
Yeah, and I don't know this, so I'm going to ask you because you are this a little bit more educated. Does Iran have the necessary equipment to remove their mines?
Yes.
Okay.
You know what the funny thing is about Iran? While they're not a massive country, while they don't have like a shit ton of resources and all this other stuff, they've literally been planning this for years. Like years and years and years. They've been planning for a conflict with the United States of America. And
well, they've been chanting death to us, so it's like, of course they have.
Yeah, that's because the United States overthrew their government. Like the CIA literally overthrew their duly elected government because they wanted to nationalize their oil production to help their people.
Yeah, I completely, you know, it's fucked up. So, I mean,
the reason why the U.S. has had such a hard time and the reason why, like the crazy shit about this is when you talk about the amount of money that both countries have spent on their military is not even close, but there's actual strategists fighting on the side of Iran. Like that's the huge difference is the amount of like strategists that are actually fighting for Iran versus the lack of strategists fighting for the United States of America. But I digress.
If you could, not to tell you what to do, but I would like to know more about their points. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what I was about to go back to. Number 6, Iran will receive $300 billion for reconstruction with the United States and other Gulf states paying that $300 billion. So a lot of people have been saying like, oh, the U.S. isn't paying $300 billion. And then Trump was saying, oh, it's an investment. No. The United States isn't on the hook fully for the $300 billion. They will add to it, but it's a collective reconstruction payment that's being made to Iran that's agreed upon where the United States will put in and so will the partners of those Gulf state countries. So that's it.
Conditionally, right? There's conditions for that to be given to them. Yeah,
the conditions is that they agree to the ceasefire. Like FYI, all the stuff that I'm talking about, like the agreements is they get this if they do the things that are listed in this 14-point plan, not if they like get a fuller plan and do more or whatever, they get $300 billion for reconstruction, for stop fighting and doing the other things that are listed here.
Yeah, I would say they are.
Yeah, I'm telling you, like that's the thing. Now, it's about to get really wicked. So hold on to your seat. Number 7, the U.S. removes sanctions from Iran. Literally, they're just lifting the sanctions, which is gonna free up Iran to be more lucrative. And the sanctions have been in place. Like they've been screaming and begging for sanctions to be removed. They got it. Number 8.
So, real quick, sorry. Would that be kind of a good thing in overall for Iran, right? That's kind of like...
Yeah, that's a great thing for them.
Yeah. I mean, right, humanitarily, that is a good thing for Iran. I mean, not like they're going to use it for a humanitarian purpose. We all know they won't.
No,
but
I don't understand why you would say humanitarian. Like, it's money that they'll be able to continue to generate because there's been sanctions put in place as far as their ability to function on a global stage.
Okay.
Number 8. I need you to stick with me on this one. This one is like fucked. Number 8.
I'm here. Don't trust me. Thank you.
Iran won't make nukes, and they'll talk about getting rid of their enriched material, but the timeline will be set at some point in the future. But Iran can still enrich. Can still enrich uranium based on whatever agreement they put in place.
That is an interesting one.
Yeah.
So like that's we're gonna find out how that goes into place in the future.
Yeah,
Depending,
but
right?
until then, they can keep enriching uranium. And you know, with the caveat to that, something that's not listed in this 14 point, but Donald Trump has been open and talked about this. They're not restricting the ballistic missile program for Iran either. So they're letting them continue their ballistic missile program, and they're letting them enrich uranium. Now, while you're saying that they're saying like, oh, we won't have nukes, if they're doing those two things in parallel, all they have to do is actually be ready to combine those two things, and boom, you got a nuclear missile. So while they're explicitly like don't have a nuclear missile, if they have ballistic missiles that they can make long range, and they're still mining uranium, they got all the, like, they can make the cake. They just haven't. They got all the ingredients.
I completely agree. Yeah. So it's I mean, it's a silly thing for them to, I mean, was that forced upon, and, you know, because it's a negotiation, is that forced, like, is Iran be like, we will not go any further with this talk, because we're not in the room, right? This is just me contemplating of like how it possibly went in there, because I'm not in the room. That was a hard line for them. They're like, we won't go any further with this conversation if this isn't agreed upon, because that's part of their
this is what they've been doing,
their ability to defend themselves.
Like literally, that's why I said that, like, they were doing this before we spent $1 trillion on the war. Like they were already doing this. The only difference is that now they have protections to do this stuff, and they're getting money. Like, they were literally doing this before we engaged in the conflict. And even more so when the JCPOA was in place, they weren't doing this. Like, the Iranians hated the JCPOA. Like, literally, they hated it.
So may I ask, in your opinion, why would we do this? Is this like so that we, in my opinion, it's kind of looking like at the future, we're like, we know that Iran's going to slip up again, and this just gives us
we did this because we got curb stomped. Like, we legitimately got curb stomped. Like,
I would say
the issue
politically,
is,
absolutely.
The issue is that Donald Trump and his regime have been claiming victory while without being able to actually substantiate any type of victory. Like, there's not been one instance where they can say that this was an absolute victory, and Donald Trump can claim like, oh, it was a victory because we obliterated their nuclear program. Well, if we obliterated their nuclear program, then why did we have to go back in 8 months later? And you could say, oh, well, we obliterated their Navy and their Air Force. Well, if we obliterated their Navy and Air Force, what's the need for the naval blockade? And how do they keep shooting down United States fighter jets, including the F-35, which was known as the untouchable asset by the United States of America, made by Palantir, that had an 8-year run on not being struck. Like, Iran shot down a fighter jet that is the elite of the elite and had not been touched in 8 years. I think he's looking some stuff up. W's in the chat for Joe for the $10 donation saying, if the guest likes to use the UN source, how does he feel about the UN declaring yesterday that Israel is committed to a genocide in Gaza through intentional targeting of children? That shit was wild. That's fucking crazy. It's not shocking, but it's fucking crazy. And even Miss Rachel had to do a video on that one. Like, fucking crazy. Let me catch up on these really quick. W's in the chat for Mr. Flinch for the $5 YouTube super chat. Caller, we lost the Iran war. He spends $14 million on a reflecting pool, which has algae. I don't know what you're trying to. Nathan, I don't know what that word is. Nathan blamed Democrats. I don't know what that means. While he vetoes House bill, facts. W's in the chat for Sean for the $5 super chat to say, if any MAGA believes that that Moss didn't know what was happening in their own country, they're a bigger fool than Hexet. They know. Yeah, I completely agree. If you're talking about the Iranian leadership, for sure. W's in the chat for Sean for the $2 super chat to say, where did Bub and Slapnuts come from? Bub is just like a Southern thing, like Bubba. Slapnuts, that came from Jeff Jarrett. That literally came from Jeff Jarrett. W's in the chat for the super chat there. W's in the chat for Tiffany for the $10 super chat to say Disney Plus and Hulu have a 6-episode series on the 1619 Project. Episodes about an hour each. Just found it and wanted to share. I'm not sure how similar it is with the book. Thank you for all that you do. Yeah, I heard about that. I think that is actually encompassed in the book. The interesting thing about the 1619 Project is they literally incorporate like the works like poetries, readings, and all this other stuff into the historical aspects. It's super interesting. W's in the chat for Holly for the $5 donation send, because I know this man is gonna pay you for the labor of your homework. W's in the chat. Thank you so much, Holly. W's in the chat for Danella for the $1 donation send. It's not funny when it rains, it pours. Exactly. W's in chat for Danella for the $1 donation. They got money for war, but can't feed the poor. Fucking drop those Tupac lyrics. W's in chat for Marie for the $1 donation. It's not that hard. All Iran has to do is survive until it becomes untenable for politics here. Like that was their plan. And they can do that for much longer. Facts. Which is why we didn't even do this in the past. Very predictable sequences of events. This guy isn't the sharpest crayon. Dang it, Marie. And then Marie also sent another $1 donation saying, also, I'm watching the Star Tanker. It's in this strait right now. And it's just like they've been for weeks, which means they still have a big air presence. Yeah, like literally for us to have all of this, like they're doing things the way they want to do it. W's in chat for Marie. And guys, what the fuck? Massive fucking W's in the chat for Miss Bella Cello, who sent $100 donation. Let's fucking go. Holy shit. Miss Bella Cello sent $100 donation saying, since this caller is not paying for the teaching and sources you're providing, holy shit, that is absolutely crazy. Thank you so much. That is crazy. Thank you so much for the $100 donation. Holy shit, a million W's in the chat for Miss Bella Cello, guys. Keep that going. W's in the chat. W's. Also W's over on Twitch. W's in the chat for Manders for the one chair bit. Remind this dweeb that Trump said he had no connections to Project 2025, which is mostly achieved. Oh, that was earlier. Yep. And then Manderson, another one said, W's for Santana, teach me some more deplorable U.S. history. And then W's in the chat for One Mighty Pen, who sent a membership subscription to Kelly. Guys, W's in the chat for all you amazing people. If anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. Turn on notifications so you know when we go live. We go live all the time and you don't want to miss it, especially since Late Nights is back. Guys, please hit that follow button. We're on our way to 200,000 followers. Keep tapping the screen. Let's get the likes up to 300,000 likes. Let's knock out the daily gift goal. It's the donuts and do all the good things. All right. So do you want to finish the 14 point agreement, or do you concede as far as that point?
As far as the point that we're
getting our teeth
I won't concede because it's not over. If this is in place when it's over, I concede that.
Okay. Let's run through the rest of these then really quickly. Number 9.
You don't have to. I don't want to waste your viewers' time, and you might want someone else. This isn't me running away. It's starting to rain. I was homeless, and I've started my own farm. I don't want to lose.
California. Okay. I respect it.
Yeah, I don't want to lose my crop.
Yeah, no, do your thing.
And thank you, Santana, for allowing me to say my piece, and thank you for the education. Even though it was free, which we all want free education.
We don't. Black people labor isn't free, but all right. I appreciate you. Have a good one.
I was saying education.
Black people labor isn't free. W's in the chat for all the amazing people that are watching here, guys. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you are friendly, do all the wonderful things. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? A-Train, come up here and talk about it. I was going to send you a request, but you got your request off. Like, literally come up here and talk about it. I love how fucking bots in the comment section, like, think that they can dictate what I talk about on my live. If you got something that you want me to talk about, either, like, you can send something to the pay links or you can just fuck off. Like, you don't get to determine what I talk about. Like, dead ass. Dead ass. Right these nuts in your mouth. I'm going to go ahead and mute you. Either come up here or you can shut the fuck up in the comment section. I bet you won't request up. I put money on it you won't request up. That's what I thought. Nobody care about you trying to tell me what I'm supposed to talk about. Fuck out of here. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Hey, good morning, Haley. How are you? Absolute thumb thugs. You know it, Ryan. Can I continue with the 14 points? Yeah, I'll finish those in just a second for sure. I don't know if this person's going to load. Doofy, the reason why I haven't accepted you is because you thought it was, funny to call black people gator bait. So, yeah, fuck you. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Yeah, we won the war.
Okay, so you disagree with the point with Iran?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we won that war.
Tell me why.
Economics.
How?
Well, I mean, it's easy. We had to put them into a state of rebuilding.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have to do that to us.
Okay.
It's kind of that simple.
You think so?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. So does math matter?
Yeah, it does. What currency does Iran use?
They're receiving their currency in dollars.
My bad. You just connected to my glasses. I ain't hear you. My bad.
They're utilizing the USD. It's the central currency for the world.
Okay, so Iran uses the USD as their everyday currency.
Yeah, every country does. That's the centralized currency for the world at this moment.
All right, sure, we'll go with that. So let's say Iran uses the USD, right? So how much money and damages did we do to Iran?
113 billion.
That's how much damage we did to them.
Yep, that's the total loss as far as how much they spent on their military, including infrastructure damage that they've occurred.
Do you know what types of missiles Iran was shooting into, everywhere around Israel and Israel itself?
Older missiles in their stockpile. I don't think it really adds to anything as far as if we're talking about the total costs. Can you stick on that?
The United States has had 4 major military operations in Iran since 1953, I believe. Right?
Okay. What does that have to do with this current conflict and the costs?
Well, I'm about to tell you. Okay. Every single time we've had a major military operation in Iran, what was the point of it?
It just depends.
So the same point that was in almost every single conflict, except I believe for the CIA one in 1953, had to do with their military development and their plans for their military.
No, it's been about imperialism. It's
okay.
Always,
so what happened in the
United States? When the United States engages on a global scale, it's always about imperialism.
What happened in 1987? Why did we fight Iran in 1987?
I'm not sure what 1987 does with what you literally just told me, that you're going to actually tell me how the amount that Iran spent was like the thing. No, you're going back to 1987. I would really love to hear your answer as far as how, because you said how much did they spend, and I told you 113 billion. And you never finished that point. I really want you to finish that point, because like
I don't
love that
think
one.
it's true.
You don't think what's true?
That we've caused $113 billion in damages to them.
Okay, do you have anything to refute that? Because I have multiple sources citing that.
Well, yeah. I mean, it just comes with cost of military equipment. That's all.
No, again, I told you, not only is it the cost of military equipment, but also infrastructure damage. Do you have anything to refute that number?
How? Hold up. Let me ask you a question, right?
So is the answer no? You don't have anything to refute that number?
I do. No,
okay, then give me the source to refute that.
All of these can just be answered with other questions.
No, it can't. It can be answered with source. It can actually be answered with sources. I need actual sources. I don't care about your logic train. I don't care about your trust me, bro.
It's not a logic train. It's a fact.
Unless you can give me sure. If it's a fact, then give me a source. If it's a fact, then give me a source. Because every other source that I have. If every other source that I have documents
your source could be Lockheed Martin. It's people that make military.
Okay, but it's not. It's literally not Lockheed Martin. It's multitude. Yeah. So who's all done an actual breakdown? It's fine.
You're not understanding what I'm asking you.
I think you don't. I fear that you don't understand what I'm saying. I have a multitude of sources that has looked at the actual economic cost to Iran, including an actual cost tracker that's been updating all this, and even a Harvard Kennedy School study, a Brown University study. The Fortune did a breakdown of the cost as well. Like, there's a multitude of different entities that has looked at the additional cost, the spending, and everything along those lines.
So all of these companies we're just gonna give a random military item, right, and a random number. Right, to use that as an analogy, right?
What about the CSIS?
Let's say
what about the CSIS, the Center for Strategic and International Studies? They confirmed this number as well.
I don't understand what you're trying to do here. I'm trying to
do is say that I don't care about your hypothetical or your trust me, bro.
It's not a hypothetical.
Okay, then cite your source.
Bro, if Lockheed Martin says it costs $53 billion to build a new 6th-generation fighter jet, and let's say we blow one of them up that are in Iran, that's $53 billion they lost right there.
This is because
that's money they had to spend to build it.
This is a hypothetical. Can you give me an actual source proving that we blew up a $53 million fighter jet in Iran?
Okay. So, like I said, we were gonna name a random piece of military equipment.
But you're doing that. I'm not naming random shit. Why is it that you think? Hold on, serious question. Why are you giving an analogy when we have empirical data? Who needs an analogy when we actually have information?
Go to Congress.us and tell me how much infrastructural cost it cost Iran when we first attacked.
Give me that source then.
2025.
Give me the source. Give me the source. No, that's not a source. You telling me to go to Congress.gov is not a source. You go to Congress.gov and get the actual information and then tell me it's Congress.gov. The title is da 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 da, and I'll pull it up. You're making stuff up.
All right. I'm not making it up, bro.
I don't understand why they think, like, if I'm sitting here giving empirics, why is it that my empirics should be superseded by their opinions? Like, this is the most wildest shit. If I'm willing to give factual data, you think I'm supposed to trust you from examples and analogies? Like, there's no need for examples and analogies when we actually have information. This is silly. W's in chat for Lance for the $5 donation for Super Salads documentary. W's in the chat, Lance. W's in the chat as well for, let's see here, Jared for the $10 donation. Hey, Jared, thank you so much for the 10. Here you go, friend. I'll take care of the guy's tuition bill. I know that's all right. Tired of people pulling that stuff on you. They do it all the time. W's in the chat for C for the $4 donation saying, good to see you, Santana. Have you seen the movie Top Gun? I've never watched Top Gun. Like, we can win a war in the movies, but in real life, we just build tanks and expensive jets just for showboating and barely using them. Like, that's what it seems like. W's in the chat. W's in the chat for Tess for the $15 donation saying, sorry I'm missing today, but listening as I keep cleaning out our house to sell. Okay. About to make it into some wrestling outfits, and I use it for the indie wrestling. You used to wrestle, Tess? I'll post it in Discord. Listen, I can't wait to see it. W's in the chat for Tess, and W's in the chat for Jordan for the $15 donation, saying, I've learned so much from you and your friends. Thank you. Thank you. W's in the chat, guys. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out.
All right. The Nuclear Threat Initiative has a whole entire article on ForDow.
Wait, is this on house.gov?
No.
Okay, so it's not the source that you originally said you were going to get. It's something else.
Okay, so.
No, I'm just trying to confirm.
My God. Hey, I just told you the source.
Wait, so just to confirm, it's not the source that you. It's not the source that you said that you were going to go get. You got something
that
different.
That source was for an analogy. You told me you ain't want the analogy. You told me you wanted this.
The source was for the actual cost of spending. Okay, so it's not the source. So we can agree that source didn't work. Okay, so what's your source?
No, we're not going to agree on that.
Oh, we are, because okay, then go get the source from house.gov. Okay, then go get the source from house.gov. If we can agree on it, then go get the.
You cannot get the source from house.gov.
Okay, so we can agree that that's not the source that you said you were going to get.
But that was for a different point, which I was using based off an analogy. This is now a different point.
I don't know what you think you're doing right now, but like, this is silly. You're being silly. That's fine. What's your source? What's your source? And
the Nuclear Threat Initiative has a section on FFEP. The FFEP.
Wait. Sorry, slow down. Give it to me again. What?
FFEP.
FFE Echo.
Yes.
Echo
Foxtrot,
Peter?
Foxtrot, Echo Peter. Yes.
And what's the title one more time?
Foxtrot, Echo
No, I said,
Peter.
what's the title?
That is the title. The source is from the Nuclear Threat Initiative.
Okay, 1 second.
Now, while you looking it up, I'm gonna just explain. Right?
No, I would actually be able to. I would really like to be able to pull it up while you explain. All right,
okay,
nuclear threat initiative. I see
FFEP.
Oh, okay.
It's on
You mean
the bunker we blew up in 25.
ForDow fuel enrichment plant? Is that what you're referring to?
The bunker we used the bunker buster on in June of 25 when we first involved ourselves in this conflict. Right now, if you go ahead and you just look it up on Google. Or whatever.
No. Don't use Google. Use the source that you just gave me.
I am. Listen, let me finish talking, my man. You got to let me get a sentence out.
Yeah, but you gave me a source, and now you're going to say, look it up on Google.
No, I'm not, bro. If you look it up on Google or any other source, they will tell you that no one outside of the Iranian government can tell you how much money they spent on ForDow, right? The only place that I could find was from the Nuclear Threat Initiative on their section on ForDow, where it says that they can estimate that ForDow costed them $2 to $10 billion alone to manufacture nuclear equiment.
What does that have to do?
Okay,
wait.
We
1 second. 1 second. Hold on. I see where the confusion is. You're talking about what happened prior to the current conflict. You and I aren't talking about the same thing. I'm talking about
from the beginning.
Yeah, we're not talking about the same thing. I see what the breakdown in communication is. I apologize. Maybe I wasn't clear. I don't know if you understood, but the amount of money and the actual spending is from this war. Now, you can talk about the initial strikes that happened a year ago, but I haven't been talking about that at all. Like, literally, I've only been talking about the conflict.
6-8 months and I went back.
I've only been talking about the conflict since February until the peace agreement was reached.
Okay, so okay, I got you. Right? What I had thought you meant when I'd asked you how much damage we have done to them, when you said $113 billion, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I thought you meant in totality.
I'm talking about the amount that's been spent on this actual conflict back and forth from the Iranian side, including the actual loss that they've had since February until the 14-point peace agreement was reached.
Okay, I got you. I was talking about from the beginning, from June of 2025 until now.
No,
because
that wasn't a war.
Both parts are. Why was before not war?
Because the United States of
when
America wasn't actively engaged in the conflict. The only reason the United States of America got into the conflict is because because Israel was getting their teeth kicked in, and so the United States stepped in, and then all conflict ceased after that.
Okay. So we didn't engage in an ongoing war.
But with this, since February, we've actively been allocating money and resources to fighting with them.
Yes, to Israel and fighting with them. Yes, correct. But I'm saying Israel and Iran were in a conflict in June of 2025. Yes?
Yeah.
And did we or did we not, with our military prowess, go in and involve ourselves in that conflict?
Sure, but I haven't been talking about that. The actual peace agreement that I've been talking about and the fact that we lost, that's the direct conflict between us and Iran, not the indirect conflict that was happening between Israel and Iran, and then the United States stepped in. Like, again, I haven't mentioned that not one time. I've directly been talking about what's been happening.
When we stepped in, we were still like using our military to combat another military.
What?
In June of 2025, we used our military.
June?
The United States used our military to fight another military power.
No, we didn't.
In an ongoing conflict.
No, we didn't.
Us blowing up 3 of their bunkers that they used to manufacture military equipment is indeed engaging in an ongoing war and fighting another military power.
No,
yes,
it
is.
No, it's not. Like,
yes,
literally, it's literally not. It's literally not. What we did was, while Iran and Israel were striking each other with missiles, the United States of America dropped bunker busters on where their enrichment site was, and the conflict ceased. So there was no ongoing conflict on the side of the United States of America. There was no conflict prior. There was no conflict after. It was the one strike, and then we were done.
Why?
Because Israel was getting their teeth kicked in.
It's not like a trick question. It's not.
I've already answered that. Because Israel was getting their teeth kicked in
a war.
Yeah.
And we stepped in to a war. I mean, it's simple.
How?
I don't look.
Question for you.
What's up? Go ahead.
How many times did we strike prior to dropping the bunker busters?
It since when? Like in Trump's term or in totality?
No. And from the point where Israel launched the missiles at Iran, because Israel launched the missiles at Iran first, saying that it was a preemptive strike. So from that preemptive strike until we dropped the bunker busters, how many times did the United States military engage?
During the Israel and Iran conflict, no.
Okay.
Up until that point.
Okay, perfect. After the bunker busters, until this February, right, where we started the actual war, how many times did the United States of America strike Iran after the bunker busters prior to February?
Like coordinated strikes or just striking in general? Because striking in general,
or striking in general. How many times did the United States have a direct?
If you're talking about
direct
coordinated, I can't give you an exact number.
0, none. There was no additional strikes by the United States of America prior to or after dropping the bunker busters. So you sitting here saying that, the United States stepped in and engaged in this ongoing war, like literally that's not the case. We dropped the bunker busters. That was one strike, and that's all the U.S. did.
Us dropping a bomb on another country who's in war is engaging in war, right? Like I don't know. I think we're getting this. This is like that vague part that we're getting mixed up.
I think that all of this is a moot point.
Give me 1 second.
I think this is a moot point.
I'll let you go.
I think this is a moot point.
I don't think so.
What you're saying right now? What does it have to do with the actual war that we've been in since February?
If we would have never engaged with the bunker busters, we would have never been in this conflict we in currently.
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
That's literally not true.
If we just would have let
them rock out and do their
thing, if we would have just let them,
Why are we in this
mainly
current conflict?
it's because of the Strait of Hormuz.
No, it's
That
not.
is the main problem.
No, it's
Behind
not.
everyone's lies that you hear,
No, it's
the
not.
main problem is the Strait of Hormuz.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is, because
it's
the
not.
Strait of Hormuz is having the most economic pressure
It's
on the United
literally,
States.
it's literally not. It's literally because of Israel.
Dude,
You know who admitted it?
Say this. The CIA
You know who
don't
admitted
care
it?
about Israel, bro.
You know
Our
who admitted? Oh, first and foremost, the CIA is an absolute. The CIA is an absolute shit show. The CIA.
I know they don't even. They don't even give a fuck about
the
us.
CIA is an absolute shit show. It like the CIA that can't hold a candle to private intelligence agencies that the United States and other countries utilize. But that's besides the point. The point is, even Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, openly admitted that the reason why we're in this current conflict is because Israel came to the U.S. and said, "Hey, we're going to strike."
Marco Rubio is telling you the truth?
Yes.
I don't. That's where you're wrong. That's where a lot of people get it wrong. I think a lot of people.
What proof do you have that he's not telling the truth?
Word. Because the highest economic pressure that you could put on the world is oil. That it is the #1 economic pressure you could put on any country.
Was the Strait of Hormuz shut down prior to the actual conflict?
The conflict in 2026?
Yes.
In February. Yeah, I believe they closed down temporarily before 2026.
No, they didn't.
Yes, it did.
No, they didn't.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did.
Prove it. Prove it.
Give me 1 minute, bro. I got
you. W's in chat for Megan for the $1 donation saying, Bub is what I call my daughter and her older brother when she was learning to talk. No, we still call them that sometime. Love you. Love you too, Megan. W's in the chat for Megan. Thank you so much for the one. That's so cute. W's in chat for Charcity, I think. That's how you pronounce for the $5 super chat to say small contribution for the emotional labor fund. What you do is appreciated. Though it shouldn't be needed. Absolutely it shouldn't. W's in chat, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. W's in chat for Mr. Flinch for the $5 super chat to say, caller, your Fifis doesn't work well. Google is a search engine. He wants a title from what you search. He does know how to look up sources, right? It seems like he may know how to kind of look something up, but he doesn't know how to apply it, which is a problem too. W's in the chat for Lord Tamayoshi for the $10 super chat to say, anytime when someone says common sense for evidence, then it's an immediate hashtag trust me, bro. Such a huge waste of time to engage with people like that. Facts. W's in the chat for ET phone pranks for the $2 super chat to say, you hear about the stupid drones that Iran has? Yeah, I saw that. Like it's mind blowing. Literally mind blowing. W's in chat for she. What up for she? Who sent a $2 super chat to say, what up, Santana? What up? W's in chat for all the donos, guys. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and the links are in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Keep tapping the screen, guys. Tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. Knock out the daily gift goal, which are the donuts. Please, please, please knock out the donuts for this donuts. And only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates.
All right, here we go. The Jerusalem. I don't know how to pronounce this.
Is it the Jerusalem Times?
Yeah, the Jerusalem Post.
Nope. Fuck no. Fuck no. Absolutely not.
What no? I mean, what's no?
I absolutely fucking refuse to accept. I absolutely refuse to accept a source from the country that started the conflict. Fuck no.
All right. Then we'll get a different source.
Please and thank you. Go grab a different source. Come on now. Even you wouldn't accept. Like I'm like pretty lenient on sources that I'm willing to accept and look at, but I absolutely wouldn't do that one. Come on now. I would have rather had Fox News. Ain't no fucking way.
Hey, Santana, can you do me a favor, bro?
Sure.
Instead of being like, fuck no, fuck that, like just say, I don't like that source and I'll find a different one.
Oh, I apologize. It's just me being me. I didn't mean it in any offense. So
it's all good. Nah, I get it, but I feel like that just wasted time. Okay. In June of 2025, during the Israel-Iran war, Iran threatened.
What's the source?
Iran. Military.com.
Military.com? What's the title?
Military.com. Iran says it temporarily closed the Strait of Hormuz as it held more indirect talks with the U.S. This was published February 17th of 2026. There's a subsection in the article that, like, I just want to get that free before you say anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
It says,
hold on one second. Let me
June
get it up.
2025.
One second. Let me get it up before
I got you.
actually
I got you. Yep.
Go into it. Let's see. Militarytimes.com. All right, and this was published on February 17th, 2026
of 2026.
Okay, where am I looking?
All
What
right.
section?
The first topic. I just want you to see it says Geneva, right?
Okay.
That's the first topic you see. Just making sure we're looking at the same thing. Okay. If you scroll down, right, to Iran diplomat sees new window in talks. They're talking about. They're talking.
What paragraph is that?
It should be the second.
Oh, I see the title. I got it. Okay.
Okay. Now, right. Just Iran's foreign minister later adopted a different tone, expressing optimism about the talks and saying a new window has opened. Right. This is when they were in peace treaty talks in February. Correct. Okay. In this time period, it says at the bottom, right? U.S. President Donald Trump, who scraped an earlier nuclear agreement with Iran, he scrapped it, right? So there was an earlier agreement that Donald Trump himself scrapped, correct? Like, we're reading both the same thing right there at the bottom?
That's what it says.
Okay. With Iran during his first term, has repeatedly threatened to use force to compel Iran
hold
to
on.
agree
The agreement was the JCPOA.
Yes, it was, correct.
Okay, yeah.
And I just want to make sure you believe that the JCPOA was better than the deal that we have in place now.
Correct.
I believe that too. I believe that too. But that alone does not make me think that we lost this war.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I'm just looking for the place that says that that Iran had shut down the Strait of Hormuz prior to the February conflict.
So they threatened it, which is initially. Okay. If I said that, I apologize.
Okay.
They threatened to do it, which was the primary reason that we got into it with them. I believe what happened is Iran threatened to close the Strait of Hormuz, and there were reports of like shipping delays from oil tankers moving through the strait. They were trying to reroute certain commercial shippings, but everything continued as normal.
Yeah,
this was in 25.
I just want to go on record and say, like, your source doesn't like justify what we're saying, because I want to take it back to the original point, which was Marco Rubio was on record saying that they got information from Israel, saying that they were going to preemptively strike Iran, and if the U.S. didn't engage, then they were going to be pulled into it regardless when Iran started to strike them back. So they might as well do it. And so your point is like, oh, the reason why we did it was because you originally said they closed down the
economic pressure.
Now you're saying that it's because they threatened to do so.
Economic pressure is what I said.
Yeah,
because oil is the highest economic pressure. That's why we got in.
Sure, I hear you, but I'm saying like the justification that's given by the Secretary of State and the track record of Bibi Netanyahu.
But the government's lying to you, my guy. That's how you. And that's the one thing. You can prove it if you date as far as back into 1940 when the FBI was funneling cocaine into Compton. That's how far back you go.
Drop because you can't say the names of drugs on TikTok. Holy fuck! You cannot say the name of a drug on TikTok. I'm going to take that as a concession. Ain't no fucking way you just did that. What are we doing? Ain't no fucking way you just did that. Dubs in the chat for Catherine for the $20 donation, saying thank you. Thank you, Catherine. I appreciate the hell out of you. W's in chat for Joe for the $10 donation, saying just because I appreciate you more, Joe. Thank you. W's in chat for Sean for the $2 super chat. Say Frank in your YouTube chat wants to call. He's a yapper. Yeah, listen, I will put Frank in the cocaine in the clutch if he's just yapping but won't get in the box. Like, what are we doing, Frank? Where you at? Where you at, Frank? Where you at? Ghost, I can't have you back up. You said the name of a drug on TikTok Live. If you have another account, you can go get another account. But if not, then I can't let you back up. Like, that's the one thing that I don't do. Like, I don't monitor, or I don't like limit any other thing on my live except the name of a drug. So only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you are a friendly, do all the wonderful things. Tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. Can we knock out the donuts? We've been fighting with the donuts for a while, guys. Please, can we knock out the donuts? The donuts have been up there for a while. That would be awesome if we could knock out the donuts. W's in chat for Holly for the $1 donation. Saying, I found the 1619 Project visual experience at my library. What were some of the other books that you've recently read? The autobiography of Malcolm X, the autobiography of Malcolm X. As a matter of fact, I'll just tell you all the books that I've read so far. The Socratic Method by Ward Frenstrom. I've also read, I'm on the 1619 Project. Freedom is a Struggle by Angela Davis. The Autobiography of Malcolm X by Malcolm X. OMG, WTF, Does the Constitution Actually Say by Ben Sheehan. Teaching Communities by Bell Hooks. Wretched of the Earth by France Fanon. The Communist Manifesto by Karl Marx. Think Again by Adam Grant. Legacy of Ash by Tim Weiner. Win Every Argument by Manny Hassan. The Art of Debate by Luke Warner. And War by Bob Woodward. Those are the books that I've read so far, if anyone is wondering. So for the 1.4K viewership, I'm surprised the chat is so quiet. No, the chat isn't quiet. My chat just like, they know what they're doing. I don't think they're quiet. Can you read Mao? Did you send me Mao to read? Like, you haven't sent it to me. I'm only reading the stuff. Like, I'm reading the stuff that's being sent to me, but then also like I've grabbed a couple of things that I've found to be interesting. So like, if you didn't send it to me, I don't know what to say. Anyway, W's in the chat. Again, if anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. I didn't ghost you. Stop it. I replied. I literally, like, I got the videos that you sent me. I just haven't had a chance to get to them, but like, stop it. Fucking stop it. Hey, Ari, is there any chance that you can come up for just a moment? If you're available just for a moment. If not, it's okay. Or Petty. Petty, can you come up for a second? Ari or Petty, either one of you. Can either one of you come up for a second? Ari or Petty? Just for a moment, if you can. Hey, Petty.
Hey.
Hey, can you cover me for a second and tell them about Solid's film?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Perfect. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. So while Santana's gone, drop a whole bunch of peaches in the chat. No, for real. Super Solid is a frequent guest up here, and I am his main mod. And he is trying to put together a short documentary to highlight the experiences of the soldiers that he was in combat with, specifically the black men. And he wants their story to be told because the battalion that he was a part of has had, some exposure to the media, but the experiences of the black soldiers were conveniently left out of those pieces of media that have already been put out there. So if you would like to help to contribute, there's a GoFundMe. The link to it, the best way to get access to it is the link that's in my bio. It's the only link that is there. We're trying to raise $25,000 and we're more than halfway there.
Not Petty trying to steal my whole swag. I appreciate you, Petty.
Thank you for letting me do that.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yep. Bye.
Bye. Rare W's in the chat for Petty. Like absolutely rare W. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. I know. She took my whole swag. It's because whenever Solid steps away, I have people flood his comment section with peaches. Because we got to have the booties on the screen. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Hi, Matt, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Okay.
Oh, shit.
No. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Yes, sir. I disagree with your background, sir.
What are we doing, Red? I knew this name. I just didn't know who it was. Red, when are you gonna give this up?
I've defeated you in every debate we've had, so you didn't want to give it up.
You really haven't. What are we doing? What are we doing?
And I basically made you tell everybody that you didn't wear the pants in your relationship yesterday too.
No, first of all, I wasn't on yesterday. Secondly, you didn't. What you made me tell everyone is that it's okay to have emotional intelligence.
Well, I think FBA and Blagger, I don't believe they're ashamed of being who they are. And a lot of them don't know who they really truly are, but they're not ashamed of it. They really call themselves being proud of who they are. But y'all switching it around just because they don't agree with what you guys agree, y'all political stance. So they're not all of a sudden they gotta HATE themselves and stuff. That's crazy.
Well, I think the issue is when you actually say that you stand for something, but really you're trying to disenfranchise the rest of the diaspora in furtherance of something that's not like a real thing. It's just self-hate. You know what's funny, Red? So I've been talking about the books that I've been reading a lot, right? And I was talking about the 1619 Project. And like the tactics that are being used today, that's why I love history. I love history because history may not repeat, but it often rhymes. And the stuff that they're doing now is literally the way that the colonizers and the active races perpetuated hate within the United States to ensure that the racial hierarchy stays in place. Right? This is not new. This is literally how they did it. Like it's the same thing over and over. I'm
how
so
they
confused.
did what, sir?
How they continue to actually ensure that Black people are second-class citizens.
I believe Black people are ensuring that they're second-class citizens. First of all, by constantly calling themselves Black. And when you study law in the law dictionary, the Black's Law Dictionary, it actually means unalive. So that's why they don't give so-called Black people rights and all that, because it actually means Look up the definition in the
I'm
law
not
in the
talking about the
Black's Law
definition.
Dictionary.
I'm not talking about the definition. I'm saying that's not why Black people don't get quote unquote so-called rights.
Well, it is part of the reason. It
It's
is
not.
because they use law is involved in everything and damn near every aspect
Hey,
of consumerism.
question for you, Red. What was the main driving reason for the Revolutionary War? Not the Civil War, the Revolutionary War.
The main driving reason for the it was about the slavery, wasn't it?
Yeah, what about it?
Yeah, that's what it was about. People rebelled. People was rebelling. It was supposedly. Well, let me say this. Because see, that's another part of indoctrination. Can
you answer the question? What was it? Tell me about the main driving reason of the Revolutionary War, not the Civil War.
I gotta go back into my stuff and see, because I looked at it and I've done some study on it, but my study would be completely different from your study because
Sure, don't worry,
I don't go
what
by
happened is that Britain was actually outlawing the transatlantic slave trade, and the colonies in the U.S. had become so wealthy from the transatlantic slave trade that they did not want to give it up. And since they had the resources and money to fight back, they fought back so they could keep slavery.
Oh yeah, I remember now. No, that's a farce. That whole story was made up. They were fighting. That was those were Indian wars.
That
those
wasn't.
were
Please stop saying indigenous or Native American. Indigenous or Native American. And no, there's more about that as well. Like, I can talk to you about that portion, but that's not it.
Yeah, okay.
Britain actually gave indigenous people a half-hearted treaty saying that they will respect their nations westward, and said that they would not continue westward. But then the colonies didn't respect that, including George Washington, who had stakes out west. And so they continued to expand west into the those nations' lands, even though Britain said that they weren't supposed to. So that's not it.
Okay, that's your indoctrinated history. So I'm gonna let you accept it.
That's not indoctrinated history. That's actually.
Can I ask you a question?
It's actual history that's been documented.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure, Rhett.
When you went and checked out Legendary Top Cat, did you ever stop with an open mind and look at any of the his debates or any of the videos where he break down a lot of this stuff?
Look at any of
and
the
it's
stuff
not just him. Oh, okay.
I don't care about this random guy's opinion. I actually care about reviewed historians.
Right. There's not opinion. They do research. These are reviewed. This stuff is reviewed. Like this stuff, like it's not bullshit. If it was bullshit, wouldn't if it did, would nobody believe it?
Your phone's breaking.
Do you believe in a jelly man?
Your phone's breaking up again.
Do you believe in a?
Hi, Double. Are you a Trump supporter? Disagree with anything on the background?
Yes, I'm a Trump supporter. I'm worried, but I still see. I don't believe in white privilege.
You don't believe in white privilege?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because what opportunity? Because in today's America, I don't have no more of an opportunity than you do.
And that's just not true. Hold on one second. Time, absolutely not. Guys, please, don't, no ableism in the chat. Like, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Get your shit together. What's white privilege?
I don't believe that. What? There's no such thing as white privilege.
Okay, so you don't know what it is?
No, there's no such thing as white privilege.
Okay, if you don't know what it is, then you can't debate me on it, like being the thing now. Like, you can either agree that, oh, it doesn't exist, and then you can try to substantiate that. But if you're telling me that's not a thing, then I can't actually have a debate with you because you don't actually know anything about the topic.
Okay. I'm 30.
Okay.
I'm gonna drop back down then.
All right. I appreciate you.
Hey.
Yeah, guys, I mean, like, for people who try to come up and debate the white privilege topic and then say, oh, there's no such thing, that's why I don't know what it is, that's not a debate. Like, that's literally not a debate. You saying that you don't know what it is because it's not real, like, I can't have a debate with you. So, yeah. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you are a friendly and you would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you. It's the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Over on YouTube, Gidon, I think that's how you say it. Gidon, are you there? Gidon, are you there over on YouTube?
Yo, you box?
Sometimes. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
You think you could take me?
Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. W's in the chat for foot's sakes for the $4.99 YouTube super chat to say, did he say we were quiet? Yeah, he did. He's tripping. He's absolutely tripping. W's in the chat. W's in the chat as well for Holly for the $1 donation. Thanks, friend. I have 3 hours to kill and at the library this afternoon while my 10-year-old is in chess club. I used to be in chess club. Like, literally, I used to be in chess club. So now I have some book times. Yeah, go ahead and enjoy it. Like, absolutely go through those books. 100%. 100%. W's in the chat, guys. Again, if anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. Doofy, if you're willing to apologize, we can debate. If not, then you can just keep it moving.
What am I apologizing for? And I'll do it.
The gator bait comment.
First of all, that's cap. I've never said that shit in my life.
You didn't?
No. You're mixing me up with somebody else. You must.
I apologize. I might be. Chat, give me 2 seconds because they have a better memory than me. The chat, is there any really? Is there am I tripping? Or was it someone else who made like the gator bait comment? Oh, it was someone different, Petty? Okay. I can't remember why. Okay. All right. I apologize. I'm sorry. I apologize for mixing you up.
It's all right. No worries.
I know there was something though, but whatever. Just don't be annoying and we can go from there. What point in the background do you disagree with that you are, or did you come to like actually defend Trump?
Yeah, I've been listening for a minute. No, I've been listening for a minute. Like, do you feel proud to be spreading terrorist propaganda? Does that like make you happy?
Can you share what terrorist propaganda I've spread?
You're running cover for whole ass terrorists. You're defending Iran in every which shape or form.
Oh, how have I been defending Iran?
You're promoting their success in this.
Sure, but can you tell me how I defended Iran?
I can if you stop interrupting me. I mean, that's like 4 times in.
Yeah, I mean, I want you to actually answer that. Like you're saying a bunch of stuff.
I can if I'm not being spoken over.
Okay, well, be direct for me.
So,
please.
for instance, sure, buddy. So, for instance, by running propaganda for terrorists, you're taking the side of Iran or anyone, including Hamas and Hezbollah. You're running cover for them just to be the contrarian to the take that maybe America has been somewhat successful over there, but you wouldn't give even an inch as far as the success or failure the success of America or the failure of Iran, it was always, I mean, every argument you gave was to contradict any possibility of America having any positive outcomes from this war, which is fallacious and inaccurate, actually, because
then correct the record.
Been monumental. Sure, there's been monumental successes.
Okay, name it.
As far as this war has.
Name it.
So for one, again, I can if I'm not being spoken over. Is that too difficult? If it is, I understand.
Name it. You know, like you can either cry or you can actually answer the question. I don't care which one.
I'll cry as long as it'll get me some more donations. Yo, W's in the chat for Sam. Thanks for the $20 on PayPal. Good looking out, Sam. W's. All right. And W's in the chat for Shaquita for the $200 on Venmo. Appreciate it.
So what I'm hearing is that you don't have anything.
No, I do actually, but are you going to let me speak?
You just want to cry instead of speaking.
No, I need to be able to actually get forward.
Now you're breaking up. That's not me. That's you. Your signal sucks. No one can hear you now.
Sorry, let me. There you go. I'll fix that real quick. There you go.
W's in the chat for Kathleen for the $7 donation. And I can't stand this condescending jerk. Please kick him. I still don't remember him yet, so I don't know. But W's in the chat. Thank you so much for that. Are you back?
Yeah. Is there any more that you want to thank for?
No, it was just your signal went out, so I was trying to fill the dead air.
Okay, cool. Then I'll go ahead and thank a couple people. W's in the chat. Thank you, Teresa, for the $4 on Venmo. Yeah, I do. I was just thanking my donors real quick. Is that all right with you?
Sure. Go ahead and name the thing.
Cool. So one of the successes that's come out of this war for America, we are performing a giant global power shift at the moment as it's happening. China now are in
that's
I'm explaining to you. I am currently explaining it to you.
Mm-hmm.
So China, as far as their housing market and their inflation rate currently, because of the cutting off of supply lines through the Strait of Hormuz and otherwise, China, their property values are actually lower now than they would have been 20 years ago. So if an individual had purchased a house in China 20 years ago, the value of it's actually lower today than it was back then. So
okay, wait. So just to make sure, wait. I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. Hold on, don't go too far because I want to make sure I understand this part.
Sure.
So you're saying that the victory of the U.S. is that prior to this conflict, China houses were projected to be higher than what they actually are today.
No, they are. Their house values today are lower than they would have been 20 years ago. And I said one of these successes.
You mean projected, not where they are. You saying they're literally less than where they are 20 years ago?
Yes.
So you're saying the value of the homes in China are valued less than they were 20 years ago?
Yes.
Substantiate that
right now.
Substantiate that.
I can give you a few things to go off of if you want.
I would just like one
have a
source
conversation
that
about all of them.
China.
You just want to derail the conversation, so I don't have to keep spreading facts. You don't like facts.
No. I mean, because again, if you were saying that they're lower than they were projected to be, then okay, we could talk about that. But you made like an emphatic statement saying the value of the homes in China are worth less today than they were 20 years ago. That's a huge fucking claim.
Yeah, and again, because of the lack of supply lines.
Sure, go ahead and substantiate
right now, and that also
sure, go ahead and
their,
substantiate that, Doofy. Stop trying to tell me more about it. I want you to actually prove that point.
So your argument's where's your source, bro?
Yeah, because you made a huge fucking claim. You don't think that's worth saying? Like, what's your source on that?
No, I would like your source on a lot of the crazy goofy shit.
That's fine. Anything that I say and you want a source, I can give that to you. But you literally just said, because we're talking about the major victory that the United States of America has, and your point was that the houses in China are now lower valuation than they were 20 years ago because of conflict with Iran.
All right, then I can see that point. I'm at work and I don't really feel like going and doing your homework for you.
Yeah, it's not my homework. It's your made up BS, but that's fine. So, okay, now can you give me the actual like substantial victory the United States has had with engaging in this conflict with Iran?
Sure. Again, so the Gulf states that surround Iran right now, they no longer require Iran's resources in their traffic lines, so they can actually. They were only being like the UAE, for instance, they were only able to at a max of I think 3.5 million barrels a day before. Now, after this conflict, now are capable of producing 5 million barrels a day because they're not bound by OPEC anymore the way they were.
Oh,
So
wait,
we
hold
actually
on.
have
Explain
more
that one more time. I might be like not understanding you correctly. Can you explain that one more time for me?
So other Gulf countries, such as the UAE, right now, because of the no longer having the constrictions from OPEC, they are able to produce now more oil in the region than before, from
What does that have to do
3.5
with
million
Iran?
barrels.
They're pulling out of OPEC. Saudi Arabia
Iran.
pulled out
Yes.
of OPEC, and I don't even know if they're actually out right now. But what does that have to do with the United States attacking
I was
Iran?
explaining it, but you have to interrupt me every 3 seconds. It's for some reason. I don't know if it's a tick that you have or what, but like I'm explaining it to you.
Nonsensical.
If you listen, I'll explain. If you listen, I'll explain. You can only, you have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so you can listen more than you
just
speak.
letting you know the stuff that you're saying isn't adding up, and I'm trying to make sure that I'm tracking, and that's why I keep actually stopping you to make sure
You
that
can
I'm
track if
understanding
you
what
can
you're
allow me
saying.
to speak. You could track if you allow me to explain.
You can go ahead and speak, and also please stop the squeegeeing. At least if you're going to squeegee, like mute the actual thing. It's loud.
Copy that. All right. So we no longer rely, I'll just make a very standard and easy claim for you to be able to digest. We no longer rely on Iran for their resources, and now are making them a non-factor in the Middle East as an oil producer. We now are. Yeah. Okay. Tell me why.
Because Iran is one of the 2 countries that's benefited the most when it comes to selling of oil with the actual war. The other country is Russia. And then also, when you talk about the concessions they received from the United States of America, not only did they get concessions as far as removing sanctions, but they also got a concession that they will be allowed to sell their oil even while the oil sanctions are still temporarily in place being removed. So they just got a chance to sell more oil.
Okay, so today they're selling more oil? Is that what your claim is?
No, I'm saying that they've got the concession to sell more oil.
So have they?
Oh, I haven't looked at the numbers yet. I'm just saying your claim is absolutely false. You said that we made them irrelevant when it comes to their quote-unquote resources.
You can't substantiate the counterclaim, but you also are denying my claim. How can that be if you don't have proof of your claim?
Wait, what's the counterclaim?
Yours is the counterclaim. Mine is the claim.
No, tell me what my counterclaim is.
Saying that it's absolutely false.
Why did I say it's absolutely? That's not all that I said. Why did I say it's absolutely false?
You said it's absolutely false that they're producing more. That they're producing more oil.
No, I didn't. You're not listening.
I'm sorry. That they are producing less oil.
No, I didn't.
My
You're
claim
not
that
listening.
they're producing less oil today.
You're not listening. Can you
Tell
please
me
listen?
again what your claim was.
You're just to verify. You said that we have made them irrelevant as far as selling their resources. That's what you said, right?
I said we have cut them off from being a oil producer in the Middle East. Yes.
Oh, okay. I'll take that. So yeah, oil producer in the Middle East. I said that's not true because the 2 countries that have benefited the most from the actual conflict via selling oil has been Iran and Russia. I can substantiate either one of those. And also
substantiate how Iran has benefited. Okay, so
because they've been able to sell oil. They've been able to sell oil because there's been such a constraint on the flow of oil. But again.
You mean they've been selling? You mean they've been selling a little bit of oil here and there to China for however many yen that they've been selling it for? Is that what your claim is?
Second.
You said you substantiated. That's all. And I love how you actually didn't deny that you were spreading terrorist propaganda up here.
Yeah, what I said is that you can't actually prove it. Like literally, that's the point that I've made. Since
Those are all
the actual
pro-terrorist talking points.
yeah, you can't prove it. Like literally, you're just like saying random shit because your butt hurt or whatever. Anyway,
So
since
it's
the
pretty simple.
you said substantiate this, you want me to give you the source, right?
Yeah,
Would you
yeah.
like the
It's
source?
pretty simple. If
Would you like the source?
if we're at a
Why are you
war
running?
with
Why are you
a
running,
terrorist
Doofy?
country,
Don't run.
if we're at
Don't run,
war with a
Doofy.
terrorist country,
Don't run,
okay,
Doofy.
sure, fire away.
So
I'm listening.
the source is confirmed by the UPI, which looks at the actual costs of oil per barrel and also the sale of oil. And since the actual start in late February, prior to the military blockade, Iran has made, it says it's estimated to be between 12 to 14 billion. Since the naval blockade, they've been able to actually make an additional 5.8 billion. So like they've been selling oil. In March, they had a massive surge of crude oil, especially when the actual oil went up to over $100 per barrel. They were selling a shit ton of oil then. But the point that I'm making is like even the closing of the Strait of Hormuz has made Iran able to actually sell their oil. And also, FYI, apparently they've been really killing as far as the way that they're getting the money, while they were also taking money in yen. They were also taking money in cryptocurrency. So a lot of these countries were paying via cryptocurrency so they could bypass the USD. So you're wrong. Which that wasn't even my actual point. It's just like your source was fucked. Dubs in chat for Jocelyn for the $1 donation saying, look at MAGA Mobile getting them. Like MAGA Mobile kicked their ass all the time. Dubs in the chat for Jody for the $5 donation saying, real donation to show real support. Exactly. He was just jealous. He was jealous that you guys actually like me and support me. W's in the chat for the dono. W's in the chat for Joshua for the $25 donation. Said this guy is a fucking dunce. Number one claim Santana hates America because he's spreading Iranian propaganda evidence. Property values of China have shrunken over the last 20 years, which he can't substantiate. Christ, he's embarrassing. Like all of this shit is fucking crazy. It's all insane. And W's in the chat for Avocado for the $2 donation saying it's hilarious that this genius comes up to flex on you, but ultimately gets flexed on by his own facts. Reality is not their friend. It is not. Like reality is tough for them. W's in the chat for Cara for the $2 donation saying this guy asked Dean why being a ooh really. Hey Doofy, come back. You gotta come back in the app. Doofy, why are you running? What the fuck are we doing, Doofy?
I got you my source. I got you my source, and it's one of your favorite propagandists in the New York Times.
Your source on what?
That Chinese home values, since you're
okay,
Julie
yeah,
didn't
hold on
believe
to
my
that.
claim either.
Yeah, that's fine. Hold on to that. W's in the
Well, you
chat
don't want to know?
for no, I do. I was just saying I was in the middle of this, but you were out of the
More
app so
grifting.
long.
I got you.
I was just telling you were out of the app so long you were gonna get dropped. Just hold on for a second. W's in the
Some
chat
more
for
grifting.
B more.
All right, that's cool.
W's in the chat for B more for the $5 donation saying this doofus guess is the same one. Yeah, we're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that. W's in the chat for Lee for the $15 donation saying sorry Santana, but this guy can't substantiate shit. He's such a doofy.
I just did.
You haven't yet, but we'll look at it. W's in the chat for Carol for the one said also the guest think Nick Fuentes advanced is gonna be the ticket. He doesn't even know how shit works. That's funny. W's in the chat for Mr. Fletch for the $5 super chat. Say, oh Santana, remember this caller said that, yeah, I thought that was him, but apparently they're saying it was someone else. So like I had to apologize about that. W's in the chat for
Man, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I appreciate you being honest about that. Good looking out, Santana.
W's in the chat for Miss Bellasella for the $5 super chat. Say, hey caller, cool story, bro. What's your source? Facts. W's in the chat for Lord Tamayoshi for the $10 super chat to say Doofy went from Santana is an Iranian terrorist supporter to talking about China houses, Iran oil, and other shit. What the fuck is happening? LMAO. Get back to talking about how Santana supports it. Right.
They can't track a logical argument.
W's in the
They
chat.
can't track a logical argument.
No,
That's
it's
on
you.
them.
It's
I'm
you.
sorry.
You're all over the place. W's in the chat for Foxy for the $5 euro to say, this is cool and everything, but ban Anna. Who is Anna? Mods, can we check who Anna is and make sure Anna isn't on some fuck shit over there on YouTube? Can we make sure Anna is not on some fuck shit over on YouTube? W's in the chat, guys. If anyone else likes support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and links here in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. All right, you said it's New York Times. What is it?
Yes, sir. New York Times.
Okay. What's the title?
Real estate crash weighs on China economic growth.
Real estate crash weighs on China economic growth. All right. It's January 2026. Real estate crash weighs on economic growth. China new homes dropped to the lowest level in more than 15 years. The prices exist in apartment comments. Yeah, you said 20.
I believe it said 20.
You said
and I believe it said 20 as well.
No, it said 15. I literally just read the first sentence. Years. In China, new home sales have dropped to their lowest level in more than 15 years, and prices for existing apartments are plummeting.
Okay.
So, yeah. And also, just FYI, do you remember what your claim was?
20 years.
Your claim was home prices now are valued lower than home prices were 20 years ago. That was your claim.
Correct.
Okay. And so already, that's a factual statement. already you're wrong, but
no, that's a factual statement.
Oh, you're wrong, because again, they're saying 15 years, but I was just about to say, I will give you the 5-year difference. I'm not going to hold you to the 5 years. Like, I get the gist of what you're trying to say. So I'm not going to say, oh, 5 years.
I appreciate you not being pedantic. I appreciate you not being pedantic.
So yeah, this is talking about the new home sales that have dropped. And FYI, this doesn't say, it says new home sales have dropped to their lowest level, meaning the sales of new homes.
Yeah, and what about their
prices for existing apartments are plummeting. So this doesn't say anything about the prices of the houses being down, but let's keep looking through it. Local government heavily rely on real estate for revenue. The China trade war. Wait, it states that last year, many China worried that the trade war with President Trump might be the economy's biggest challenge. However, China overall trade surplus climbed last year, while the real problem for Beijing proved to be the housing market crash that began 4 years ago and has worsened in each passing month. Hey, Doofy, what was the original request? Doofy?
What quest? What do you mean?
What was the
what
original?
are you asking?
Why did you give me? Why would you
request?
bring up the point about China? What question did I have for you?
Actually, the that I made.
You're breaking up again.
Giant.
You're breaking up again.
Like I said, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're back now.
Hold on. My Wi-Fi's on. I don't know. So anyhow, the initial claim I made is that we are performing a gigantic power shift on the global scale, which is leaving us in a much higher economic benefit than the countries involved in this conflict. And not just Iran, but I'm talking their proxies, their allies.
Now you're adding additional.
Such as China.
You're adding additional.
This was my initial point.
You're adding. No, you're literally adding additional fluff. Your first point was.
Do you want to roll it back?
I said no. I don't. I don't find value because like rolling it back will take time, and like you're bullshitting me. Just be intellectually honest. I've given you like not even necessary concessions. I've given you leeway.
My mistake.
What you said was I said, hey, what overall success have we had since engaging in this war with Iran? You said that we have, blah, 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 global scale. But then I said specifically how. And you said, look at the actual.
For example,
you're breaking up. So you trying to talk while I'm talking is normally not beneficial, but it's really not beneficial now because you're breaking up. So you trying to cut in while I'm speaking and you're breaking up is doubly worse. Please stop. You said that the benefit that the United States of America has received is that the home prices in China are now lower than they were 20 years ago. You're saying that's the benefit that we received from engaging in this war with Iran. And then the source that you gave me, one, doesn't say that home prices are cheaper than they were 20 years ago. It says the sale of new homes are lower than they have been in the last 15 years. Not meaning the cost of the homes are lower, but meaning that people are buying less homes. Number two, when you look at the actual context of this literally just said that this is something that's been happening for the last 4 years. So if this has been occurring for the last 4 years, it supersedes the war with Iran that started in February. So like, this is just all wrong. Also, I looked through this and like, this talks about the struggles of their economy as a whole.
Yeah. Has Trump been making moves as far as tariffs and trade deficits and trade surpluses go? Has he been making moves about that since his first term?
Yes, Trump has gotten into trade wars and he acquiesced. He bowed out. Yes, he lost the trade war with China in his first term.
When did he do that?
In his first term.
When did he do that?
In his first term.
How did he do that?
By literally causing a 24% increase in legacy farmer bankruptcies, which then in turn had to cause the legacy farmers to sell their farms to big business or big farms. And with selling the farms to big farms, they were able to turn around and charge more to the grocery stores for our actual groceries. That's why grocery prices increase. And one of the largest investors in these big farms in the United States of America is China. So China was literally able to cause a spike in a bankruptcy for farms because Donald Trump wanted to engage in a trade war. And then they made profits off of it by being able to buy these legacy farms. And then you know what had to happen after all of that? We still had to give these farmers subsidies to try to keep them afloat.
I thought y'all's talking point was that was due to the bird flu and that we had to kill off all these birds.
You're talking about eggs. I'm talking about groceries. Like you're literally talking about things.
What?
Your source doesn't prove what you said.
Are eggs not raised on farms? Are eggs not raised on farms?
Your source doesn't prove what you said.
Some goofy shit.
Your source doesn't prove what you said.
That may be true. You may be right. I may have grabbed the first source I saw and not actually read it. You actually
What's
might be
the point
right.
of you giving me sources that you haven't read then?
Just to satisfy your where's your source, bro request. I just gave you one.
You're literally a waste of time. I don't want a source for shits and giggles. I want a source because you're making stupid claims that you can't substantiate. And if you can't substantiate stupid claims, then you got to let them go. But you know how you also let stupid claims go? By not being up here anymore. That's literally how I make sure that you let go of stupid claims. You don't get to say those stupid claims on my live anymore. I'm Cuban B said L host. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and mute you. Come up here and tell me why there's a L host. I can't invite you up, but I bet you won't hit that request button. I'm Cuban B. Come up here and tell me how that's a L. Bet you won't do it. Doofy, shut your stupid ass up. Like you're a fucking idiot. Like you're a gross idiot at that. Like that's super weird that not only like you've been requesting for over an hour. Like you've been dying to get up here and you get up here and shit the bed. You literally get up here and shit the bed. Fuck out of here. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Hi, Madison. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Oh my God, no, I did not mean to join. I am cleaning. I'm so sorry.
No worries. I'll drop you down. Thank you.
But I love you.
I love you as well. Guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you'd like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and links are in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Okay, guess not. Hi, Drew, over on YouTube. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
I know your fat ass can't.
I hear you crying, but can you answer the question directly?
Sure.
You're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
I know you can't box.
Okay. Drew, you know the reason why I dropped you is because it's weird. You're hiding behind a fake name. You literally keep changing your name. This is the internet, bro. Go touch grass. Go touch grass. For all the fake tough guys, like literally, I don't care about you being tough online. No one cares. No one cares. You can't prove that you're tough online. You guys are weird. You guys are just a bunch of weirdos. You need to get your medulla oblongata checked. He literally keeps coming back. You're not coming back up here, you donut. Don't worry, I got you. Boom, you get kicked back out. Such weirdos. I don't know, chat. Debbie's in the chat for Greer for the $10 donation saying, hi, I have a genuine question as I'm trying to learn. Do you think the reason why guests like Doofy get so defensive when you read donations is because you're an intelligent black man and it's unique position of power over them? Hope you're having a great day. Yeah, I mean, like, I know for a fact that it makes them upset that anyone is able to actually benefit off of their labor, right? Capitalism and the racial hierarchy deems that other people are able to benefit off of black labor, but black people shouldn't be able to benefit off of black labor. It dictates that black people should actually be able to be told how much they can benefit off of their labor. That's why I always bring up the point that black people labor isn't free, right? Because our society says that literally black people labor is free. And so when people think that black labor is free, they expect black people to actually labor for them and then get upset when either they don't labor for them or they actually make anything off of laboring for them. And with Doofy, he just seems like he does that for attention as well. So, I mean, I think it's a combination of that, but I think society as a whole looks at the ability for black people to make any type of gains is a negative because the actual system says we're not supposed to. So Debbie's in chat. Thank you so much for the $10 donation, Greer. Debbie's in chat for J House. What up, J House, for the $5 donation? I looked up his source about home values in China being lower than they were 20 years ago, and it's correct. I have a verifiable source, except it isn't because of the war. It's because, like, literally, J Hops, that's what I was getting to. He literally just said some random shit. Debbie's in chat for J Hops. Debbie's in chat for Serene for the $10 donation saying, came out to my MAGA parents today. Happy Pride Month. Happy Pride Month, Serene. I hope that went well. I hope you're doing okay. Like, that's a big fucking deal. Debbie's in the chat. Debbie's in the chat, Kareem. Serene, sorry. Debbie's in the chat for Trey for the $10 super chat to say, it's funny MAGA bends themselves every which way to make it seem like we won. We won here, and Iran is such a worse spot when it's just not the reality. We actually want to have one on his side and not just say, yeah, like if we have won and somehow actually beaten Iran, I would be willing to concede and say that. But like just reading through the concessions, there's nothing to say that we actually did anything substantial. That's just the facts. W's in chat for Jennifer for the $5 donation, because black education and black labor is not free. Absolutely fucking right, Jennifer. W's in the chat for Jennifer. Thank you so much for that $5 donation. Jennifer is fucking spot on. W's in chat for Jennifer. If anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and Linktree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out, guys. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're a friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. FYI, what we've been talking about is the fact that America has declined. And there's a multitude of reasons why America has declined. And I just want to make sure that we go through all of those reasons. How are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. America's declining. It's a multitude of reasons. First and foremost, the Republican Party. The Republican Party is absolutely the party of destruction. Like, without a doubt. The Republican Party has a direct one-for-one correlation between the destruction of the United States of America to like everything that they've done. It's an even trade-off. Number two, capitalism. Capitalism does not work. Capitalism is the problem. Capitalism is an absolute failure. It's time to get to socialism, period. There's literally no way around it. Guys, it looks like, we just got a 10 minutes. So if you don't mind, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me, repost the live, comment in the comment section. Tell me what you guys are having for lunch. It will help boost the live. Do all the wonderful things since we just got that 10-minute restriction and we need to push through it. So please, please, please do all the things. Capitalism is a failure and it's absolutely time for socialism. White privilege and white supremacy. It's two sides of the same coin. It's two wings of the same bird. Like literally that's how it goes. And if you disagree with that, then get in the box. We can talk about it. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? The Iran war. I mean, I think we've been very, very, very straightforward about that. The Iran war has absolutely been an L for the United States of America. And last but not least, we, FBA, BLAGA, Black Republicans, Black MAGA, like you guys are just ashamed of being Black. And it's super interesting. And that's what you guys, you're a disgrace to the ancestors. Like those are just the facts. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. I don't know if this person's going to load this 444 person.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I accidentally clicked the request button.
I'm just watching to see you debate people. Might be, bro.
No worries. No worries. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Also, guys, 1.4 thousand people, and we've been on now for like about 4 hours. Look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button, turn on notifications so you know when we go live. We go live all the time. Please, please, please hit that follow button, turn on notifications. We are trying to get to 200,000 followers. So please, please, please hit that follow button. How are you, Trump supporter, or disagree with anything on the background? All right. Weirdo stuff. Like weirdo incel behavior. It's super strange. Guys, as we wait on Trump supporters to actually get their shit together and get up here and debate me to step in the ring, I know they won't, but let's see if it actually happens. I got a couple of things that I want to actually talk to you guys about. And I think there's some really important stuff. So I didn't come on yesterday And since I wasn't on yesterday, I think there's a multitude of things that happened that I think people need to know about. If you guys didn't hear, there were 4 Supreme Court decisions that occurred yesterday. Did you guys see that? Did anyone get a chance to see the fact that the Supreme Court woke up yesterday morning and said, fuck everyone? Did you guys see that? So first and foremost, the Supreme Court ruled on TPS status for Haitian and Syrian migrants. Basically, they ruled that the Trump administration can now actually start to pull protective status, temporary protective status for Haitian and Syrian migrants. And so it looks like this 6-3 ruling is going to affect 350,000 Haitians. 350,000 Haitians and 6,100 Syrians. Now, just to be clear, Donald Trump talked about like, oh, they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. He was talking about like Springfield, Ohio, what was happening in Springfield, Ohio, and the fact that Haitians had an actual work program with the state of Ohio that allowed Springfield to hire them, and they literally saved Springfield, Ohio. Like it was a whole thing. But of course, they tried to actually vilify them and say that they were, you know, not wanted and all this other shit. And so now the Trump administration has the ability to actually pull the acts or go after them in order to actually get them out of the country. And you guys know for a fact that as soon as they fucking do it, they're going to do it, right? As soon as they can fucking do it, they're going to do it. And the first person who's just like giddy about this shit is the ghoul, Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller was over the moon and ready to talk about it. Stephen Miller can't wait. Since the Supreme Court ruled on their behalf, Stephen Miller can't fucking wait. But that's not it. When I tell you they literally are getting worse, I want to make sure I'm very clear about this. The country isn't the way it is today because of Donald Trump. It's not. It's not. Donald Trump is the way he is because of the country. And the only thing that Donald Trump has done has given the green light for these racist, bigoted, xenophobic pieces of shit to openly be themselves. Like literally, that's it. Here's Megyn Kelly talking about this. This shit is, this will blow your mind. This is Megyn Kelly.
Look, this has been going on for over a dozen years. Go home. Get out. We know our country's better than yours. That's because we filled it with our work ethic and our culture and our values. You being here only dilutes it for us, those who built it and live it. And half of you people, more than half, you won't assimilate. We don't want you. We don't care if you're offended. Get out. Go home. Go back to fucking Haiti. Sorry. I'm thinking about our friends in Ohio who've been dealing with these TPS Haitians for years now, who are drunk driving all over their towns and killing people. This is the whole cats and dogs thing. Like they don't want to live like Americans live. And this was supposed to be it was supposed to be temporary help. And it's turned into another backdoor way of allowing someone permanent residency here. And they take advantage of all of our public services and
her sheet slipped for a second. I mean, her mask, not her sheet, her mask. We're not talking about her sheet. We're talking about a mask. It slipped for a second. I always think it's so funny when you hear like mediocre white people touting the greatness of America as we built this, we did this is our culture, and it's never that. Like when I tell you the way white people, your PR team is undefeated. Your PR team is undefeated. Like that shit's mind blowing. But to listen to her, as mediocre as she is, screaming, we built this. This is our country. Blah, 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 blah. Howdy, partner. Like, to be clear, this land was stolen from indigenous people. This country was built off of free black labor, and then it was maintained by immigrants, whether it's the Irish immigrants, whether it's the Italian immigrants, or the brown immigrants that are being chased out of the country now. Literally, the only reason the United States of America has been able to sustain itself is because they have always had a free and cheap labor class that they could exploit. It's not because the United States is the best. It's not because we built a bunch of shit. It's because of exploitation of resources. It's literally because of exploitation of resources. So for people like Megyn Kelly to be so entitled and to chase immigrants out, people who have temporary protective status, who've been like, the shit is so mind blowing. I want to say this again. Springfield, Ohio, one of the primary spots for Haitian migrants, the one that Megyn Kelly just mentioned, was literally a dying town until those Haitian immigrants came into Springfield, Ohio. The mayor, the governor, the Ohio senators all praised the Haitian immigrants for not only coming into Springfield, Ohio, and filling jobs that people didn't want, but actually building businesses in that area in order to ensure that they were able to make it. If it were not for those Haitian immigrants on those TPS status, Springfield, Ohio would have collapsed. When I tell you, like, it's the weirdest shit to be that mediocre, but yet be that loud. So that was the first thing that the Supreme Court said, yeah, we're going to wreck some shit. The next ruling, asylum. The Supreme Court ruled that asylum seekers can't claim asylum outside of the U.S. anymore. Now, listen, some people may say that's what it like. Yeah, they shouldn't be able to claim asylum before they be able to get in and da 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 da. Guys, I want you to hear. This is the fucking banana in the tailpipe. This is the catch-22. So with being able to claim asylum, prior to this ruling, people could come to the border and they could be on the Mexican side of the border and say like, hey, I'm trying to seek asylum. I need into the country. My life is in threat, right? They could also do it while being in the US. And the cool part about asylum seeking is that, no, you don't have to go through a specific port of entry. You don't have to like, do it this way or do that. The only thing you have to do is be in the country and you have to claim it arriving within 365 days, right? That's the part. Now, what the Supreme Court ruled yesterday is that people can no longer show up to the border and say, I want to claim asylum. They gave the Trump administration the ability to turn them around at the border for seeking asylum. It's called metering, right? It's a process that was derived under the Obama administration and expanded during the President Trump's first term, which a Custom and Border Patrol agent posted on bridges between Mexico and U.S. turned back as many asylum seekers, right? The high court's ruling overthrow lower court decision found that Congress intended to permit any immigrants approaching the border checkpoint to file for asylum. So they could hit a checkpoint and they could file for asylum. Now they're saying, actually, you can't do that. So what the Supreme Court said is that you got to get in the country to claim asylum. But they can also say, nope, can't claim asylum. It's literally the catch-22. They can make a decision whether they want to let people in to claim asylum while blocking people from coming in to claim asylum. That's what they did. It's literally them saying, you can claim asylum inside of the country. We're just not going to let you in. That's literally what that was. Number 3, the third ruling from the Supreme Court. Hawaii guns. So Hawaii passed Hawaii tried to pass an actual law stating that people who carry weapons cannot carry weapons into private properties or private places anymore, right? Like if someone had a concealed weapon, they can't just take their concealed weapon into private places, even if the private place has a sign saying no concealed weapons. They can't do that, right? And the Supreme Court was like, actually, they have to get permission before going into a private place with the concealed weapon. But actually, the Supreme Court's like, nah, it's okay. They can bring their concealed weapons into these public places that don't want concealed weapons. The Supreme Court on Thursday struck down a Hawaii law that required gun owners to get permission before carrying a concealed firearm into private properties like grocery stores, coffee shops, and gas stations that are otherwise open to the public. The case that is the latest victory in gun right advocacy before the court since the justice decided in the 2022 landmark Second Amendment ruling in the New York State Rifle Association and Pistol Association via Buren that Americans have a broad right to arm themselves in public. In a 6-3 decision split along ideological lines, the court's conservative majority held that Hawaii gun restrictions violated the Second Amendment protections. They literally said that people can take guns into private businesses, and like the private business just got to figure that shit out. That's why earlier when the guy was talking about like, oh, it can be litigated in the court. The Supreme Court don't give a fuck. The Supreme Court don't give a fuck. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? And number four, I mentioned it earlier. The Supreme Court rejects a lawsuit alleging Roundup weed killer caused cancer. So this boils down to the fact that there was a guy who had been using Roundup weed killer for 20 years. He ended up developing cancer from the usage of Roundup weed killer. And they made the decision that like, well, even though Roundup weed killer actually causes cancer, we're not going to enforce this actual suit because the EPA never told Roundup that they had to put a label on their bottle saying that it causes cancer. They literally was like, Governmental lawyers asserted that once EPA determined Roundup was safe, Bayer was in fact required to abide by the agency direction and the product labeling. I'm sorry, hold on, let me read this part. Vera Haver, the food activist, led the voice of MA. Hold on one second. All right. Here it is. The dispute focused on a single case of 1.25 million awarded to John Durrell, a gardener in St. Louis who had used Roundup for decades and claimed that years of exposure to the product led him to develop non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, a blood cancer. Mr. Durrell claimed that the company had failed to warn consumers of the dangers of the product. The ramification of the decision could be enormous, potentially jeopardizing thousands of lawsuits pending in the state and federal courts against Bayer. The German company acquired Roundup original marker Mastio in 2018. The legal question before the justices focused on a narrow slice of the broader litigation, whether Bayer can be sued at the state level courts, given that federal agencies decided not to issue a warning label for the weed killer. Yeah. Yeah, that's fucked. Yeah, that's fucked. You know what? That's a good question, Beth. Could the people now sue the EPA for not having the label? I don't know. That's a good question. I don't have the answer to that. But it speaks to the Supreme Court and what they've been doing. Yesterday, they woke up and they fucking chose violence. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what he's doing. I mean, with every administration, I don't believe everything that they do is right. But
Wait,
yeah,
so
I
you're a Trump
support Trump to an
supporter?
extent. Yeah, to an extent, like I would any president that I voted for.
Okay. Do you want to tell me how today, June 26, 2026, you still support him?
Yeah, I mean, there's multiple different things that I enjoyed. Is there anything about the Trump administration that you do actually like or enjoy? Is there anything that he signed that you do like?
The bipartisan passing of the Take It Down Act. I think that was a good thing.
What about the Trump accounts? Do you like that?
No, I mean, I don't think that it's okay. I'm not going to say I don't like it. I'm not going to say that I do like it. I think that it lacks substance. Like on the surface, it's cool, but like overall, I don't think is moving the needle.
Yeah, it's not like a bad thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. But I do like the Take It Down Act, which was bipartisan. But I think that's something. I wish there was more regulation around like AI and the way that things are utilized. And I think that them ensuring like revenge porn and also stuff like that can't be weaponized is a good thing. But that's the only thing that I got in this administration.
Right. What do you think about the SAVE Act?
I think it's a horrible piece of unnecessary legislation.
Really? Well, I mean, you know about the dog in California, right?
No, tell me about it.
Well, I have to be careful what words I use because TikTok gets real weird about that.
Also, I would love if you actually substantiate what you're about to say. If you're just FYI, if your claim is like a crazy claim, then I am going to say, prove it. So if you don't,
instead of dropping me, I'd rather you. Yeah, instead of dropping me, I'd rather you look into it versus just like assuming that it's nonsense.
No, I'm not saying that I'm assuming anything's nonsense. I'm willing to accept whatever you got as long as you can actually prove it. I just want to see like an actual like piece of proof that shows what you said.
Right. So in 2020 and 2022, if I'm not mistaken, there was a dog that participated in one of our great contests that America holds to pick candidates. You know what I mean? So
Can you give
I'm
me
going
the
to try
source
to
on
not say keywords. Yeah, I can go grab one for you. I mean, there's multiple news articles about it too. It's definitely not hard to find.
Sure.
But I'll go grab you a source.
Yeah, go ahead. One thing that I'll share with the people while he goes grab their guys, the Utah Republican Party paid a firm $4.3 million to satisfy the signature of dead people. To falsify the signatures of dead people. The election fraud was conducted in an attempt to legalize gerrymandering in Utah. Utah Republicans paid $4.3 million to falsify signatures of dead people so they can gerrymander the state.
I mean, and so the majority, like, there's no like government websites that like put this on there. Like, as a source, like, would you take a news article? Because there's a ton of them. Like,
yeah, I mean, like, just give
look
me a
at,
reputable source saying that this was an actual thing.
Yeah, there was CNN, there was the Independent, there was New York Times. I mean,
What's
so
the New
many
York
different.
Times article?
Well, give me 1 second.
Mm-hmm. Guys, W's in the chat for Jamie for the $10 donation saying my fee for the education. I love you, Chocolate Thunder. I love you too. W's in the chat for Kelly for the $3 donation saying white privilege is not having to have the talk with your teenage son. And I'm not talking about birds and bees. And don't forget to drink your water. Absolutely. I got it. I got it, Kelly. Thank you. Got to make sure to hydrate. W's in the chat for Kelly. W's in the chat as well for Gabrielle for the $5 donation. Hey, Santana, I heard someone suggest a panel of white women beginning their deconstruction journey. I'd love to join. I grew up in a conservative Kentucky and now I'm pursuing my MWS. I would love to chat if you host it. Bigger donation after payday. W's in the chat. Thank you so much for that. And like anything you donate is awesome. Yeah, if we put that together, you're more than welcome to stop by the panel for late nights for sure. W's in chat for Lacey for the $1 donation saying reparations for the stupidity of white people. And remember, if they ask a stupid question, then the answer is 42. The answer is 42. W's in chat for Ashley for the $5 donation saying thank you for giving the space to grow and being accepting of me. I don't have that in IRL. I'm sorry to hear that, Ashley. I just know you're just a person, but we're really all glad that you're a person. Thank you. You don't need to read this part out loud. Ashley, thank you so much. That really means a lot to me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. W's in chat for Joe for the $8 donation saying it was a Republican dog, by the way, and the person was a citizen. But the guest should go to the Heritage Foundation website and look at the database for, like, we've already done that one. I want to see this source now. Like, legitimately, I want to see this. W's in chat for Pam for the $1.99 YouTube super chat. W's in chat for Kimberly for the $4.99 YouTube super chat. And W's in the chat for Mr. Flinch for the $5 YouTube super chat to say, Santana, I read the article yesterday that the Supreme Court just took away protective status from 400,000 Venezuelans here in the United States. I haven't seen that. I got to check if they did get to Venezuela. Like, I saw the other ones, but I didn't see that with Venezuela. W's in chat for all the donuts, guys. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. All right, you got that New York Times article?
Yeah, so I couldn't find the New York Times. It was the Independent. I must have gotten them confused. So CBS, would you take that?
That's fine. Yep. Give me a second.
Yeah. So
you said it's CBS?
Yeah, CBS. Orange County woman registers dog, and it should come up after that. I mean, if you want me to keep going, I will, but I don't want to write, or I don't want to see any flag words that'll get the live violated.
Okay. CBS article, September 9th, 2025.
Yeah, September 9th, 2025.
Orange County woman who registered a dog to vote says she did so to expose flaw in voting system. Orange County woman who faces a series of felonies for registering her dog to vote in the 2021-2022 in 2021-2022 made her first court appearance on Tuesday, saying that through her legal team that she did it to quote unquote expose flaws in the California voting system. Laura Lee Yurnix, 62, was charged with 5 felonies last week as she registered her dog Maya to vote in the 2021 gubernatorial recall election and the 2022 primary election. Orange County District Attorney prosecutor said the dog's vote was successfully counted in the 2021 gubernatorial recall election, but was rejected in the 2022 primary, said the DOJ. All right, so help me understand how this is justification for the SAVE Act.
Right. So the only reason why she got caught is because, well, I mean, I guess you could say that she technically got caught because it was denied in the 2022 election. But the only reason why she got caught is because she posted on Facebook the voter registration, a picture of her dog. And then she ended up turning herself in and using it and saying, oh, I exposed the election, or I exposed what's wrong with our elect. And then that's what ended up happening. She would have never gotten caught, in my personal opinion. Obviously, I can't prove that.
Where does it say that? It doesn't say that's why she got caught. It says that,
yeah, not
like
in that
what I'm
article.
reading here says that she got caught because she tried to actually process it when she, like, state level elections are different than federal elections. And I've never actually disputed like issues with state level elections, but when she tried to actually go through the federal level, it was rejected and caught. So like, I'm not sure what you're saying as far as her posting a picture, because I don't see anything here about her posting a picture, but even more so, they're not saying that that was the issue. Like literally they're saying that she got caught because she tried to actually do the same thing on a federal level.
No. So she wasn't actually caught because she did try to do something on the federal level. She didn't end up getting arrested for like 3 years after that. And it was because of a Facebook post. I understand that under that article, it doesn't say that, but that is what happened. I mean, if you want to try doing a deep dive, if you want me to.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, but in the CBS article that you just gave me, it's literally saying that it was because of the 2022 presidential primary.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't say that was the reason why she was arrested. She was arrested for the fraud in general.
Right.
But,
no, they're saying that's how she got caught, because she was claiming that she was trying to actually expose that like the system is corrupt or whatever, it's broken. But they're saying that they caught her because of that. It said they received a report on in October that there were many fictitious persons who registered to vote and had voted and voted in attempt to vote in 2 elections, and referred immediately to the district attorney investigating and ultimately filed the charges. So yeah, like I don't see anything about like her posting something on Facebook and got caught. Like it literally boils down to the fact that they literally said that if we come across a reference and address and a name and we see it and it's potentially a name that could be suspicious, and then we say, wait a minute, let's flag this. Like they're saying that they actually saw something suspicious and they went from that point. So I don't know what I have no idea. Wait, hold on. She used the dog license in order to register, and the dog license is what triggered the actual flagging of the system where they said something was suspicious.
Yeah, something was suspicious. I don't know exactly what ended up occurring. But,
no, I just told you she used the dog county dog license record to actually register, and that triggered the actual system to say something was wrong. And then they pulled this information and sent it to the district attorney, and then the district attorney filed the charges. W's in the chat for Catherine for the $10 donation, saying you're so patient. I don't know about that, Catherine, but I appreciate you. W's in the chat for Joe for the $2 donation, saying, so you're telling me the system works because she was caught. Facts. The system does work.
No, I'm looking into it right now. I know for a fact that there are news articles out there touching base on how she ended up getting caught and putting it all out.
Well, the
in
news
open for
article that
everybody.
you just gave me doesn't say that. It literally says something
It
different.
It does not say in that article that the reason why she got caught is because there was a flag in the system.
I just read it off. It's literally right here. It's hold on. I'll tell you exactly where it is. 1, 2, 3. There's a picture of the dog. 4, 5, 6. It's the 7th paragraph. One of the supervisors was District 1 Janet Nugan, who wants to have the county's dog license record reviewed in order to have expose the illegal vote. And then that's when they talked about it, come across it, and then what they actually do. Like literally, it's in the article. The point that I'm trying to get across is, I guess, it helped me bottom line this. How does this, like, I'll give it to you as far as like, yes, she was able to get this successfully done on the state level, but not the federal level. And the SAVE Act affects the federal level, and there's no substantial proof of like voter fraud on the federal level. So I'm still confused as far as what this actually does.
I mean, there should be other voting systems fixed in all levels. Do you not agree?
I think that there's been no substantial proof on a federal level that would dictate what the SAVE Act actually does.
Sure, on a federal level, it's definitely a little bit different. But when it comes to state, I mean, does your state not matter to you? Does it not matter to you who votes inside of your state, or if a dog does? Like, what are you saying?
I'm saying the SAVE Act does nothing for the state level.
Correct. This is the SAVE Act does nothing for the state level. Is there a problem with the system in general when it comes to these procedures?
I mean, I guess every state gets to determine which way they actually go about voting. But again, you're saying that there's a problem, but you're not addressing the problem. You're addressing a problem where there's not a problem. The SAVE Act does nothing for the state level. You're talking about a state level problem, and then you're talking about a federal level initiative that doesn't address any federal level problems. You get what I'm saying?
Right. I mean, she did try, and just because it didn't go through doesn't mean that votes don't. I mean, there's not a whole lot of proof on voter fraud. That's true.
It's not a thing.
I'll give that to you. It is a thing. I just showed you where a dog.
No,
if a dog can vote, and I know that we're talking about federal when it comes to
show me something on a federal level that's substantial. I'm not saying that fraud doesn't happen as a one-off. I've even said, yes, I agree that it happens, but it's not proportional to the actual necessity of the SAVE Act. Like even the Heritage Foundation has had to admit over the last 60 years, there's been a handful of fraudulent votes on a federal level. And when I say a handful, I'm pretty sure it's like less than 30. I can pull up the exact number, but like in 60 years, it's not even triple digits for all the federal level voting.
Right, that can be proven, but I mean, there's obviously a problem with the system in general. Not when it comes to federal level. I can't prove that as often. When it comes to state level, like we've already agreed, there is a problem at hand, and I understand that the state act is specifically for the federal, to an extent.
Okay, then if you believe in states' rights, then you got to let the states take it up with each other, or either we federalize all this or we don't. Like you can't pick and choose. Either we have a federal mandate across the board where every woman has protection for abortions, or we don't. Like, you guys try to pick and choose when you believe in states' rights and not. It's weird. Like, literally, voting is protected in the Constitution.
Voting is definitely protected in the Constitution, but it doesn't mean that we can't make rules and regulations around it. It's the same thing.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that if you want to actually federalize something, then that federalization has to coincide with the actual provisions within the Constitution, and you have to have the votes for it. Like, regardless of me saying that there's no substantial proof of federal election fraud, you guys don't even have the votes to pass it on a bipartisan measure. Like, that's the crazy part about this entire conversation. The reason why Donald Trump is throwing a whole ass temper tantrum is because he can't get people to agree to actually pass this piece of legislation because it's not something that people want. There's 5 Republican senators boldly and out front saying, nope, won't vote for it. So you can talk about whether it's needed or not. You shouldn't be talking to me about that. You need to be talking to your own people about it, because even your people saying, nah, fuck that.
Why do you think that they're against it? I mean,
there's
I
5
haven't
Republicans. There's 5 Senate Republicans that are openly on the record saying they will not vote for it. And with the 5 Republican senators align with the 47 Democrats and independents who saying they won't vote for it, that leaves a vote 52 to 48. That's not enough to get the SAVE Act passed.
So it is the majority that want it, but
no, it's not. The majority don't want it. You might be saying the majority of Republicans want it. I'm not even saying the majority of Republicans want it, because not all of the actual Republicans said they will vote for it, but 5 of them have come out and absolutely said we are not voting for it. And since they are not voting for it, that's enough with the bipartisan measure of the Democrats and the 2 independents, the caucus with the Democrats, and they're not voting for it.
Yeah, I mean, what are your flaws? What are the flaws that you think about the bill? I mean, I've heard the arguments like it could potentially make voting harder for people who have changed their last name. I mean, what else is there?
21 million people are going to be disenfranchised. They don't have access to passports. And the Democrats have tried to offer provisions to allow the bill to get passed. They have offered to either remove the requirement for passports or to give a government access to passports for people to be able to obtain the passports. And the Republicans said no. They also to put in a provision to either add the marriage license to get around the issues with married women, or to remove the requirement for it to match up with their birth certificates. And Republicans have said no. The major flaws within this voter suppression bill have been, like, the Democrats have tried to address it, and the Republicans have said no.
Why do you think they won't agree to the terms?
Because it's a voter suppression bill.
I don't see that in any way, shape, form, or capacity. I think that they just want everything to be.
Wait, so you're telling me if this bill officially will disenfranchise millions of Americans from voting, and they've already identified it, and they've given options to get this bill passed and not disenfranchise voters, why would they say no?
Where's the study that'll disenfranchise 21 million?
It's in the actual piece of legislation. I can tell you exactly. I did a complete breakdown of the SAVE Act. I can tell you exactly where it is. But can you tell me, answer the question, if they know for a fact that it's going to disenfranchise millions of Americans in a multitude of ways, and the Democrats have proposed multiple times saying, like, hey, we will pass this piece of legislation if you just make these provisions so these people are not disenfranchised, why are the Republicans saying no?
I mean, there must be a lot more to it. I mean, maybe they did their own studies, and there's reasoning behind all this.
So
I mean,
you don't know. So you're guessing that
you're asking me why somebody said no to something. Like, I don't know what.
Yeah, I'm telling you that it's a voter suppression bill, and you're saying no, I don't think so. Okay, give me the logic behind it not being so.
Because everybody has the capacity to get their registration.
No, they don't.
Redone.
No, they don't.
How?
How much does it cost to get a passport?
How much? On average, because if you get it expedited, it's more, right?
$250.
It's like I think it's like
$250. $250 to get a passport. Hey, most Americans are how much away from absolutely abject poverty? What emergency? What's the number of an emergency away?
What's the number of an emergency away?
$500. $500. Most Americans are $500 emergency away from abject poverty. So if Americans can't afford a $500 emergency, what makes you believe that they can afford a $250 passport where most Americans aren't even going to be traveling out of the country?
How many Americans can't afford a $500
21
emergency?
million. Oh, wait, how many? Oh, I'll give you, hold on 1 second. I'll give you that number. It's a lot.
And how many of these are children?
What are you talking about?
Like, this just doesn't make sense to me. That somebody can't afford $500.
What doesn't make sense?
That somebody can't afford $500.
Oh, you just don't know things. Got it. Got it. So in a Yahoo Finance study that was completed, 37% of Americans have less than $500 set aside in their savings for an emergency. And which of that is saying here that 63% of Americans can't actually afford a $500 emergency. And this was also done in reports with the Bank Rate Emergency Savings Report and the Empower Research. So they talked about the fact that not only is there no safety net when it comes to savings, but the amount that Americans can actually afford to sustain as far as an emergency is less than $500. And the Fed actually did a deep dive of this as well. Hold on, what year was this? The Fed did a deep dive of this in 2023, looking at the financial breakdown, and like they did a whole thing. The households that make less than $2,500, 67% of them can't afford more than a $500 expense. Households that make $25,000 to $49,999, 78% of them can't afford a $500 expense. 50,000 households that make $50,000 to $99,999, 86% of them can, or it starts to flip. 86% of them can afford it. But it just talks about like the breakdown and like how they prioritize things, and they prioritize food, gas, utilities, home or auto insurance, medical care conditions, and healthcare. And it brings the point that it says here that the actual proportion of savings that go towards medical care, medication, or health insurance is 16%. So again, literally, they can't afford this. People can't afford this. So for you to just like laugh off $250 and say, who can't afford this? Most Americans.
Honestly, if you can't figure out a way to make an extra $250, you probably shouldn't be voting in the first place.
What's a poll tax? What's a poll tax?
What's a poll tax?
Yes.
What's a poll tax? Oh, everything about poll taxes.
Okay. I think that if you're not smart enough to vote, you shouldn't be voting. And obviously you're not smart enough to vote.
That's fine. That's your opinion. But truthfully,
no, you just gave your opinion saying that if people can't afford, you literally just said if people can't afford it, they shouldn't be able to vote. Well, I'm saying you're too stupid to vote. So how about we see which one is more pertinent? People who are smarter than you that can't afford it, or just you and your stupid ass vote? Because literally, your vote is the reason why we're where we are today. You're so stupid that you don't know things, and you're leaning into the fact that you are allowing the Trump administration to actively harm you. Like, literally you.
How is that going to harm me?
How much money do you make a year?
I mean, if you really want me to tell you, you're probably not going to fucking believe me. I mean, you really want me to tell you? It varies because I own businesses. How much money did I make last year?
A year?
800.
You made $800,000 last year.
Yeah.
Okay. So you made $800,000 a year. What tax bracket are you in?
Each business is different. I don't know how much my business is made, but I mean, like, if you
How
wanna,
much did you make? Not your businesses. You, Bub.
through my construction company, I made like 150 through, and that's just what I personally made.
Yeah, I'm trying. What is your personal income?
Yeah, so let's just talk about the construction one. 150.
That's it.
Up the construction, yeah. I do a lot of things, man.
How much income did you bring into your home last year?
I couldn't tell you. Neither could the IRS.
I have no interest in talking to stupid people who have no sense of actually caring about people. You sitting here laughing, saying if they don't have $250, then they shouldn't be able to vote. I think my vote matters more than your vote because you're stupid. And so, like, I don't think you should be able to vote. Like, legitimately, I don't think you should. So, I guess we got that. Oh, this person's gonna load. Yeah, he did admit to tax evasion. These people are moronic. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background? Okay. Hi, Dwayne over on YouTube. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background?
Fat.
You waited all that time for that?
Yup, fat.
Okay. Hey, do me a favor. Turn your camera on. Oh, not you not allowing your camera.
Fat.
You're a coward. Dwayne, why are you such a coward? Hey, Dwayne. Hey, Dwayne. Why are you so obsessed with me? Are you interested in me? It seems like you've been here all day, like waiting all day, and that's the best that you have. I'm going to give the advice that your father should have gave you. If you're interested in someone, being obsessed is not a good thing. You should actually have a little bit of class. Try to approach them on some type of human level. You being a stalker is not justifiable. Just because you think I'm cute doesn't mean that you should randomly keep changing your names and coming up here just so you can get a little bit of my attention and time. Giving you the attention that you want, but it's not the attention that you deserve. So I'll say this: go home, be a better person, and then go find someone that's actually interested in you, because I'm not. No, thank you. Also, you should probably learn what consent means. I'm going to drop you down. Just going to drop you down. Not even going to let you respond because you don't have anything intelligent to say. They're so weird. Like, they're legitimately weird. I don't understand it. Like, they're legitimately weird. And he requested back. He literally keeps coming back. Like, why would I let you back in here? Come back with your camera. I'm going to drop you again. Come back, activate your camera, and then come in with your camera on, and I'll let you up. There's the deal. I kicked you out of the request. Turn your camera function on, and then request back with your camera on. Bet you won't do it. Exactly. He won't do it. He literally won't do it. He literally won't do it. You know what's funny about over here on YouTube? I got him up here now, guys. But guess who doesn't get to say anything? Guess who's sitting there just talking to himself and he doesn't get to talk? You see how that works? So you can keep requesting up, but guess who doesn't get to actually say anything, bub? The difference between YouTube and TikTok is once I hit that mute, you can't unmute until I let you. So I put the binky in your mouth because you're a man-child. Now I know you can hear me. I'll let you back up and I'll even let you speak. But you need to leave out, turn your camera function on, and then come in. If you're not going to turn on your camera, then you get no more of my time. You can just admire me from a distance. W's in the chat for Lily for the $1 donation. Hey, Santana. My last name is also pronounced Nugan. Nugan is pronounced Win. Win. It's pronounced Win. Holy smokes, Win. It's Vietnamese. Oh, okay. W's in the chat. Sorry. Okay, Win. I got it. W's in chat. Lily. W's in chat for Liz for the $5 donation. Saying mad. I'm married, 2 kids and a teacher. My husband is a full-time professional. We make $1,000 a year and we live paycheck to paycheck with our mortgage, health insurance, etc. How dare callers say I don't deserve the vote? How dare he? Yeah, he was just gross. Just fucking gross. W's in chat for Jamie for the $3 donation saying, hey, Santana, I finally got around to making some fan art. Where should I send it? Hope you like it. Yeah, hey, send it to my email. The email is in the link tree in the bio. Absolutely send it to the email. W's in the chat for Marie for the $1 donation saying, I grew up privileged AF, and if I had told my dad $250 was no big deal, he would have taken all of my shit, including my door, and proven me wrong. I would have been working in the 1960 minimum wage. Asshole parents failed him. Exactly. Fucking W's in the chat for Barbara. Barbara sent a $50 donation saying, the dog doesn't matter. There's fraud in every system. It's been proven that any fraud is insignificant and has never affected an election. He wants to make it harder for millions to vote because a handful of cases of fraud. Like facts. That's what it boils down to. W's in chat for Kimberly for the $1.99 super chat. It said kick fun. We didn't even do a kick fun. W's in the chat for Tika for the $5 super chat. Say, bro doesn't give a F about the average American. He hates society, even though he depends on it. Idiot. Right. W's in chat for Kelly for the $5 super chat. Say kick fun. We didn't even do a kick fun. The privileged asshole. W's in chat for Sid for the $5 super chat. Say, honestly, if you have too much money, your vote shouldn't matter. Exactly. W's in the chat for Lord Tomoyoshi for the $10 super chat. Say Republican/MAGA can't win any other way but by cheating, purging voter rolls, gerrymandering, setting up more hurdles, etc., rather than evolving their policies with the country. F these a-holes. I agree. And W's in the chat for AKA Zombie Crow, who resubscribed over on Twitch for 5 months. Holy shit. W's in the chat. Thank you so much for that. W's in the chat for all the donos. W's in the chat as well for Meredith for the $3 saying Meredith, no worries. Thank you so much. He said, I don't have much. I'm on disability and I have the right to vote because I have the right to vote just because I'm poor and struggling doesn't mean that I can't vote. Howdy, partner. Right. Like, that shit's so fucking gross. W's in chat for Amy for the $5 donation saying MAGA doesn't care about facts, data, science, or humanity. They don't. Like, there's nothing that they actually care about. Nothing at all. W's in chat for all the donos, guys. 1.6 thousand people hanging out. Hey, guys, look up here. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Turn on notifications so you know when we go live. We go live all the time. Please. We're trying to make it to 200,000 followers. So please turn on notifications. Guys, I think I'm gonna call it here because I've been live for like 5 hours. Holy smokes. And I got some stuff to do. So I'm gonna call it here. And we'll be back in the morning. Make sure you guys hit that follow button. And if you're on YouTube, make sure you hit that thumbs up before you head out. If you don't mind, boop, thumbs up. And we'll be back in the morning with more sparring. I appreciate the hell out of you guys. I love you guys. And let's go.
You stepped in a box, now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here, you better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in shame. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats who get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit. Yeah.
Hey, W's in the chat for the chat. W's in the chat for the chat. Guys, I love you guys. Thank you for hanging out. It's good to be back. I missed you guys yesterday. I'm happy to get an opportunity to be here in front of all of you. You all are amazing. Amazing. I love you guys. I love you. Thank you for all the gifts, steps, likes, shares. Thank you all for hanging out. Thank you for all for being absolutely amazing. I love you all, and as always, peace.
But you ain't got source. Just vibes, that ain't power, that's force. I'm the test, the trap, the trip.